Welcome to Curiosum night. Setting up. Start a birthday weekend streams.
Shalom.
It's almost time.
I'm coughing along. Okay, I'm living. I stopped having a coughing fit.
Less than 4 hours to me.
Oh. I fixed a cooling issue, so Particle should be working, and you should be seeing into the void briefly. If you're still experiencing that, please tell me.
We're seeing into the void. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's all from map updates.
But okay, is it a me turn now? You good, buddy? Your brain's still working?
My brain still's working.
Not good.
Okay.
You have the brain cell.
Okay, fine. You'll find all this in character, but today is basically going to be a free day. It is not a chill day, because apparently that means the opposite.
It's true, though.
We've escaped prison, guys.
Shut your ass
up! Today.
But yeah, it's mostly gonna be preparing for next week, since next week's the big whole sparring event. Well, game spar.
Oh, so that's next week? Okay, I
Don't test me.
I will kill you.
Look who's here.
Speak to me or my innocent
Lives.
Fuck.
Behind us.
Oh. How's it going? I'm sorry that I
Anyway. Merlin.
Anyways, unless anyone has any questions, that's all. You all start going in.
I think we'll be fine.
Do you think this is like a fractured bones chill day or a gang RP chill day?
That's an anti-chill day. That's why I said it.
No, because that means someone dies. That means at least 5 people almost
Chill
died.
day always means someone dies.
Yeah, that's why I told him he had to say the opposite of chill day.
Yeah, fucking back in gang RP,
You know what's going to be?
chill day would be what was said like right before we had a session where like 4 people are going to be tried to see if they're going to be executed.
Oh yeah, yeah.
In the, like,
That's all around. It's just like chill day never means chill day. That's why you have to say like
unscripted.
That's why I say it's going to be a day.
it's going to a day. Yes.
By the way, we got the hollow back.
Not even that. It would be like, hey guys, chill day, and then like 3 hours later, it's
We're not adopting.
We got the hollow back. Yeah. Oh fuck. Wait, were you not there when we lost? We lost.
Look at this. I can finally see the back of my nails. It's great. Finally fixed my damn culling issue.
I heard you guys fought a
Yeah, we fought that thing.
Yeah. That was like the last thing I heard.
Fighting giant mechs, damn.
I'm gonna keep speaking painfully loud until everyone gets in. I'm gonna keep speaking painfully loud until everyone gets in. I'm gonna keep painfully loud until everyone gets in.
Where the fuck is the? Where is it? Where is it? Oh God. You know what's great for getting into a character? Doing a mantra. Where the fuck is my... In, yo, do, sha, kai, jin, net, zai, zen. Min, yo, do, sha, kai, jin, net, zai, zen. Min, yo, do, sha, kai, jin, net, zai, zen. I'm sorry if you can hear my air conditioning in the background. It is so hot in here. I have to check something in the Discord. I don't know why I'm so phlegmy today. So I was reading, I missed something last week, I think. Why won't it let me scroll? What the fuck? Oh, is excess overlay freezing or something? No, it's not. Okay. Okay, so basically the Cupid board thing found out that this Cupid decided not to display the bad stuff anymore either, which either means that it is actually the headmistress doing it, or the headmistress spoke to whoever was doing it. Or they just decided to be dumb, I don't know. Guess I'll figure it out. Kokkuri is still on the fence about whoever made the Cupid thing. Because what they said was not... doesn't fit with what they initially wrote for this. You can't just say hot takes and then be surprised when you get a shit ton of hot takes. She'll still be contentious about whoever made that. Greetings. I did not know the campus had creatures. Are you a familiar? I admit I cannot speak to animals. You are not a familiar. Curious. Greetings. I'm Kokkuri. I'm uncertain where you came from.
Oh, apparently he has a new race or something. I don't know, that's what he said.
Good morning.
It's been a struggle, admittedly.
Good morning.
There's also now this very,
Being awake is good. It's a good start, I should think.
Yeah, there's also now a gossip box, as they call it.
Good morning.
A gossip.
Morning, Kokkuri.
Same difference.
Yes,
Uh,
they try to call it a keep it box,
simple.
but
I
it
had a
ended up being
question.
more like a gossip box.
Sure.
I was going to give this
Are there
explanation
generally
when people are
creatures
around,
on
but I
campus that
suppose
are
we
not
could circle
familiars?
later. Or
I
maybe
mean,
I'll
are you
just
still
say it at the
capable of
announcement.
training people and
Not
everything like that?
familiar.
Fine,
What
fine,
are
Or
you
the
getting
beast.
at?
Take a break. I've been away
I
for
saw a
about
small
3 or 4
rodent in the
weeks.
library.
Yeah, have you
seeking-
slept?
Oh, there it is.
Much actually. It's complicated. As my
No, that's new.
my body is physically changed if it wasn't a little bit obvious.
It does not seem to be a
In
familiar.
such a way that I wasn't exactly foreseeing. I looked into a mirror, a cursed object, as it were. And as cursed objects tend to do, I
I
was cursed.
mean, as long as it's not
Technically.
causing a fuss and it
I don't know if
don't
it's
got
really
no
considered
disease or
I mean,
anything, it's
you're just
harmless.
tone of voice, so it's also,
I would not know whether it has a disease or not.
It's actually natural at the moment. I had been modulating
your
my voice
natural
via my
voice?
magic for about 3
No,
centuries.
that's not
to make it
normal.
more inviting to.
In fact,
outward
I've
people,
never seen that one
as
before.
With age, you tend to get a little bit odd in social cues, so I like to spice things up a little bit and tweak my
I
vocal.
suppose something to keep an eye on then, or ask a professor about.
I don't.
Are you
at the
alright,
moment,
Stone?
as
Yeah,
the
Virtue
cells
just
within
came
my
in.
body refuse to bend the way that I wish for them to, as I am now comprised of angelic matter, magic that I can't quite touch yet. Working on it.
Sir,
Getting there slowly.
So how did you get the
I
angelic
want to
matter?
inform you that a decently sized rodent is on
That way
campus.
over there.
They did
I
not seem to
spoke
be a
with
familiar.
Virtue. I was searching for a way of getting a little bit older.
Yeah,
as you see,
I
human
didn't
creature
tell you to do
exploration
that.
A little bit sooner than.
What? It's a rodent. You kill
Well,
it.
I was old. I was only.
You're gonna
154.
kill
Most of my
a
kind die
rodent
around that age.
with
or
It just ran
all
off.
that.
We were looking for alternatives to grow older.
I'm
And
sorry.
I was told
Does
looking
it
into a
die
mirror
less
could
if I
reveal
use
truths
less?
in oneself. So
Is it
I
necessary?
looked into
Actually-
the mirror, and apparently it shows you what you are on the inside.
Maybe I'll.
I
Is this
think
the
is
first time that such a thing has
compliment.
happened?
Could be
I did
mistaken,
not know
but
whether regular creatures could enter.
You know what? With that context, I think it
First
is a
time I've seen
lovely
a rodent in a while.
compliment.
I think so as well, though
It
purple
was over
skin and
there.
wings is a new one. I think there's going to be many very confused people from both Pandora and
I mean, just letting you know it's
right
behind sir.
Serenity is one of
I
them.
had found it in the library. It did not seem to do anything.
You said you got it from that one over there, as he now moves
Yes,
behind
Professor
you.
Virtues.
If I see that thing, I'm killing
That
it.
you seem to not
The
inherit
red?
fallen traits, but still just
Yes.
pure angelic.
Awesome. Well,
That's how
yes,
it still works.
well, the angels
Wonderful.
don't become fallen unless
Greetings,
they break
Professor.
their vow. I've never
Do you
There's a
have a
rat.
vow now? Or how does that
I
work now
don't
that
quite
you...
know, if I'm being honest.
Rodent like.
I like to think it my vow as
I don't know
a
if it's a
teacher,
rat per se.
train the
Stone,
generations of
Hmm?
are you doing well?
Are you running from the rat?
Alright, Gio.
It's kind of complicated.
So perhaps that is my vow, and if I stop
I'm
teaching, then
kind of
maybe
dealing
I'll turn
with a
all
little
back.
bit of mana sickness right now, so
think
I
that's
gotta
fine.
take it
Won't get
easy
scary
today.
as
The
well.
hunt got crazier than it was supposed to.
Not, if I'm to be frank, I find
I see.
a little bit of an edge
I'd
up
heard
on
somewhat
the
about the
scary
hunt.
I didn't want to, but the
In
thing was
fairness,
pestering
Alphonse, I feel
us.
like despite what race you
It
took in
kept
college,
chasing
like,
me.
we literally
Didn't
had
you
no
guys try to
choice.
steal
generous,
eggs?
I
careless
wish
man that
you
are.
swift recovery.
We went on a hunting mission
Well,
yesterday.
that is
Mm.
subjective, I
That
suppose.
should be
lovely.
fine. Just gonna probably be taking it easy today.
Fair.
They said I shake it
Why?
off.
Fair.
Wilhelm wanted
That is
needed
appropriate
materials,
action.
so we also
Yes.
gathered
I
Cyanide
hope
and Virtues at the same time.
Yeah.
That nothing
I'm
was
not gonna lie, it's gonna be kind of a
To the
boring
most
day.
honest
I was
one.
kind of hoping to do
My
some
voice shall be
sparring, but
returning
Killed the
at
thing.
some point, I hope, should I gain control of my body again.
Hmm.
To the full
Perhaps you
extent
could
that I had
still
before. I can still manipulate my muscle fiber, but
join
it
someone
appears
else's
some of the
sparring
fine
by
details,
offering
like the
tutelage.
eyes on my wings.
Well, actually, Gil
Which I
brought home a
didn't know.
fox,
Probably.
but she's
I mean, I even made all the weapons for the monster hunting, and now I'm gonna have to not be able to use them. And,
It followed
Eh.
two different things.
I would say one of your eyes
Yeah.
seems
There will be
to
plenty of
be
time.
wing itself.
Yes,
But it is
quite
good to take
so.
care of
It's
yourself
switching
first.
rather spastically.
yeah, that's my plan. Enough about how my day's going. How about you? Talking too much about me.
Hmm.
Probably
Not
big
much
up
has changed
gorgeous
recently.
explanation.
I'm still attempting to figure out whether there are any more spirits left that need cleaned. And dating the ones that are here.
Yeah.
I've been keeping an eye on the
Like
artifact room.
200 curses or something like that.
I think
Yeah, I could
somewhere
imagine
around
you'd be busy with that.
170, but
Mm.
yes,
Yeah.
quite a few.
Just,
I thought you learned.
as
about
always,
them
I'm gonna
first
worry
and
about you a
then-
little bit, so just be careful. And if you need support, you know you got me.
Most people do.
Likewise, especially while you
I
are
was gonna
recovering.
say, would you be considered now a devil
If
angel
you
now?
see it, you have full permission to kill it.
Yes,
I
he
think-
can still you poke in the eye, it's cube.
Yes, it's not very
That was
pleasant,
easy.
but luckily you're not exactly the most sharp or firm person.
That's about the rodent, wasn't it?
Do be gentle with them, though. I've heard that they can blind you if you lose one. You really aren't really. Picks you up and moves you right here.
It is generally best to ask before touching people, Cube.
The rat's back.
Climb.
Rat?
I'm running.
Oh god.
Oh, it's Alphonse's rat.
No, not at all, but I suppose it
I don't want to
is
break
now.
up too much, though.
Okay.
You know, we're really funny right
I-
now. If you don't, know. He's on Bob. It's on Alpha.
Such
I
is
found the
way of
creature.
nature.
Not gonna lie, that's for the best.
Crabs don't eat rats, though.
Well,
They actually eat a little bit of
Do you really
anything.
truly
they're
know what
I
omnivorous.
don't
The
know
vast
which
majority
will
of
be
crabs
worse for
will
them.
eat just about
The
anything
The
that is
professor or
dead.
menace.
They tried to eat my weapon at one
Mm.
point, Nikos.
That
I think
sounds
they might try.
approximately correct.
Yes, during the
Huh.
tournament,
You know what?
actually. I never really
That's
discussed it to
different.
you.
That's different.
the rat,
That's in combat.
to the menace verse.
Oh, so then when Xander ate glass, that was also in common.
Hey, Sargoth, how you doing?
Oh, do you think you could maybe study some old blood by chance?
You, a fucking cook.
Fully dry?
Already
been identified.
How? Because you're the one that cooked.
Been identified as who?
The person from my
What?
Long story short, Serafino, there was an object that had dry blood on it.
Yeah,
So I was wondering if you actually have the capability or means of identifying it further.
You're
I'd have to perform a ritual, I think. But
my
yeah, I could probably do it.
That's fine. Future then.
You're
Yes, it is. It was
I mean, you
the
could
blood
give
of
it to
the
him
victim.
anyways, and then he would have, I guess, means to identify it if it happens.
I already cleaned it off. Alphonse. Or no, with Alphonse, with Fontaine and whatnot.
okay.
And the professors.
No, it's fine.
It was the
It's fine.
same
No,
victim's
it's
blood,
fine.
which
No,
was,
you know what?
was one of the.
That was my
you know how
13th
they all
reason, Q.
happened to
That
be.
was my 13th reason. That was my 13th
Happened to be
reason.
every person that's gone missing so far. Like part of the missing people's list in Israel. It was one of them. So
Yeah.
it tracks.
I see.
It did reveal that,
Means quick
that
work today.
it was Kaminari Atlee that says it on it.
Sorry, the same monotone, and we can continue.
I'm gonna
Can't
hope
get the
that I'm
address
not
on it.
constantly having this flexy issue.
I've been fine.
I'm just talking about
Did you
myself,
really just
Nikos.
ask if water was wet?
I really want to see Renee's reaction.
Man, this is gonna be one of them days.
To Alphonse. I am itching. So I'm just curious the questions he will have.
Well, I know you
Because it's
wasn't
so
cooking.
unique, his physiology.
Cereals, if I'm not
Alphonse.
mistaken.
And obviously be the chef.
I suppose I do not know much about the professor.
Cooking
Oh.
up.
I like to call him in a way the definition of chaos in a way.
I suppose.
That is difficult to differentiate among many people here. Oh,
Yes.
I said that.
I'm just curious.
We're agreeing at this
On top of
point.
all the curses, on top of all that he has, curse to see one's inner self and to become a true blood, at least looking like one. So interesting.
I do hope he takes care. Adding too many curses is a very good way to spirification.
He seems to be fine, even if he, has a high pain tolerance and is in pain. He's not feeling it per se. So
I'm not doing
It is not so much about the physical pain. It is about corrupting the mana.
that is fair.
Oh, many malevolent spirits come from corrupted mana and curses in life.
I know. No, you're good. No, you're good.
Alphonse mentioned that he has about 170 curses upon himself,
to piss me off. You're
or within himself, whatever the correct term is.
excited or
Oh, yay.
right, and this spirit's about, by the way.
I'm moving
Yes,
tables.
sir.
As a joke, I will.
Yeah, they could also possess you by chance. So,
Possess you?
yeah, they could give you a
We've
vision
got cooking.
if they so wish.
I trust her.
I will find a way to make sure you can't.
Freedom.
You got our back with these spirits?
The cake.
And this is a joke once again, but I think you're both cooked. You know, she just put herbs on me, so they tried flavoring me, so yeah, that makes sense.
Oh.
I'm aware this one is in her room right now. I see.
My
I
lady,
love spirits can eat food, but okay.
they cannot.
It
At least
can certainly
generally.
interact with things, but
Poltergeists.
Hmm.
Tis a joke. You gotta play it up.
Interesting.
Take it over there.
I have seasoned myself multiple times.
Just mischief.
I was wondering what we're gonna do with the eggs.
I must get out that emotion until...
announcement or deal about this one, just letting you all know today is a free day. You guys basically have the entire day to do whatever you like. In preparation mostly for next week.
Oh yes, there's discussion to be done. Oh.
That's probably the most get it over ass what I've heard from you, but alright.
Kind of wipe it out.
There are apparently runes about.
Really interested. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, perhaps he is perturbed by that.
Yeah, the only reason we went back for the final leg was so that it wouldn't.
Okay, minis. Oh, nice.
Hasn't really done anything.
Oh.
Something. Keep one natural. Keep it.
I don't know. Keep the ecosystem alive.
Hopefully, if there's not any of the other ones, if they're
I was
all
around, but
hopefully ones will
apparently there's a lot I missed too, and I'm in the school.
She has her own egg. There's no reason to really.
Yeah, right. I wasn't here 1
Yeah,
week.
it's in a room.
Thanks.
And I missed stuff.
I can fill you in with the rest of the trip.
They seem to be
Wait, there's
mischievous.
another one.
Either Mylings or poltergeists.
Oh.
Not malevolent.
Color that one.
fucking eye. I'm gonna move away from them.
Are those spirits?
Free day.
Yes.
Yes, those are what they look like.
Okay.
Okay, great. Because I'm not gonna
Seems to be much ambient mana
thing
for
I
them
benched
to
today.
show themselves to others.
Oh.
Let's just hope nothing too
By the way,
chaotic
Kokkuri,
happens.
apparently the spirits are
Too
causing
chaotic.
a bit of mischief again.
They threw stuff at us.
Specifically that one.
So I can't. I gotta relax.
What did they throw? Was it food?
You may be out
They threw weighted bags, and they also tried to crush a rat.
We'll see.
Yeah.
See.
Europa actually had a really good showing too.
I just thought I'd let you know, so since you said you'd tell you if something happened.
That is appreciated. They seem to simply be mischievous poltergeists. Possibly Mylings.
That spirit just cast me
Mm.
into that fruit. And now it's floating away.
Did you sleep already?
I know you wish to have your mischief, but just so you know, the people here have dealt with many spirits recently that have been harmful. It is difficult to differentiate for them. Do try not to do anything that would be harmful. You are allowed to have some fun here if it allows you to pass properly. But know that we simply cannot allow proper harm to come to others here.
Says I shall claim one. It's French.
It's rather unfortunate.
That's part of these theory studies.
It's surprising. Like I go to a lot of the classes, so it's like usually every day.
Learn how they work.
Now that it's an actual free day, I don't know.
You probably shouldn't admit that.
Like punks, to be honest.
Study, practice, train. There's nothing
I
you
do
can do.
study. I've been reading in the library all week.
We got the bit out of independent
We'll
study.
need to try something.
I do independent
I'm
study.
still
That's
getting
exactly
used
what
to
I do.
It's rather difficult
It
for
says
me
I'm
to
doing some
focus
very
around these
secret,
right now
very
because
fun training with the physics.
it's a lot of sensory input that I'm used to.
Hell no.
I already know what that was.
Spirits are getting crazy over here.
One thing, but I don't think it said what I thought I called.
It says, well, I only told you. And besides, you don't know what I did during that training.
Grab a spirit inside of a jar.
Why would you want to put it in a jar?
Because it used to be one or two, now it's just a bunch of
Put someone where it's not causing much mischief.
Put it in a barrel.
Oh, you like the tail?
I will try to keep that off my body, especially given the fact that I'm just newly changed.
You know what?
Should I go to something
I got a bad
Oh,
feeling.
I'm sorry. What did you need, Cube?
What are you experimenting with now?
It says nothing too much. I was just wondering how you've been. I've been very busy so recent with my training.
I had noticed. I believe I have been as well. That and keeping an eye on the spirits around still. I'm attempting to find out what needs to be done to glean the remaining. And making certain that none of them come into the artifact room.
It says that makes sense. Do remember, if you ever need any help with that, I'm more than happy to give you my assistance. I'm glad you've been right, though.
I'm not used to it, but
I appreciate the assistance thus far.
seem to log on to people as they speak.
Hopefully your training has been going well.
As much as I used to.
It says, oh, you know, nothing much. Nearly died a couple times.
Do please take care of yourself.
Supposedly, the magic item that I looked into should
I know you heard quite a bit.
and more so what you are on the inside. Turns out that the
It says, I've been eating quite a lot of meat to recuperate.
Good. If you need more, I've refilled the pouch. If you need more, I'll read that about.
So they didn't.
They're not the same.
Impressive.
Well, considering the spirits, I think the crazy movie that
make
plays.
friends
I finally got the proper list of
What's the point of being enemies when we can just be friends?
Alright. Good to see you,
Hey,
Mr.
Professor Fontaine, is it alright if I use the students' communications there to
I
kind
can
of
tell you right now, I
students
don't know how
about
big
my
the
meeting?
usually tend to tell us. Just go
Send the
Yes, there will probably be many bits of training and trying to understand what will happen next week.
I'll write it in
Hmm.
I'll send it to you in Alphonse.
It says, I myself have opted to not participate in any of those more physical exercises. I don't think it would be very fair for most people.
You're not Nikas.
I can understand why.
30 minutes or do it now, this
Hmm.
meeting?
No, exactly.
I do not mean to interrupt, by the way, but Cube, did you have a quandary for me, by the way?
Just seeing how you're holding up after the expedition.
It says, how did you get the wings? I want some.
Hello, fellow
should
students.
imagine that
Apologies
usually
for talking up
would
your
likely
time
be
here
able
if
to
you had any
formulate
conversations to
your
know. I'm going to be gathering people in the classroom to...
Also, Mr.
You see them swarming.
A lot more exposure to the talks. And
That's it.
definitely-
Sorry, I was not using the right thing here. Going to be
there was a cursed magic item
gathering in the
interaction.
classroom to go talk about the cult. If you're interested, there may or may not be new information for you to gather there. Hope to see you guys there.
The short answer is that. It goes a little bit longer than that, but I wish not to interrupt.
So I need to get myself cursed. I see.
Do not get yourself
I
cursed,
would
Cube.
imagine that you probably should not do as much, given the fact that the magic item in question, when it manipulated me, it created an inverse of what I was prior. I'm assuming it flip-flopped what was visibly on the inside versus what was on the outside, switching a demon to an angel. That is my assumption, but I could be incorrect.
It says, what would it make me?
That's an excellent question. Given your malleability, given your personified general decency, it's rather hard to say. Perhaps a block of wood. Perhaps something more sentient and good, like a fakehin.
Or a
It's rather
gargoyle.
difficult.
Gargoyle.
A gargoyle could also make sense.
Mm.
Though if we're speaking in terms of opposites as well, it could actually be something more extreme, like an elemental. You're currently a technical elemental of water, or an in-between of fire. Creating the inverse of that would make you the opposite. A water elemental or a fire elemental in a more pure form. Perhaps a gaseous entity.
Either way, it would be best
It's
not
rather
to
hard to
consider
say.
using curses to become one. It is the easiest
A
way to corrupt
very,
one's mana and potentially lead to
very
solidification.
good recommendation.
Do please take care,
But it
Professor.
sounds really funny.
Yes, I will make mention of this despite your lack of pain receptors in your body. I also lacked such receptors prior to this, and I am in excruciating pain as of right now. So, to play something bluntly, thank you, I appreciate the gesture, but it does still hurt.
Do please take care, Professor.
Yes, it's not exactly the most fun, but I am here now, students. I can help you all as I need to. In fact, I'm quite happy to be, as I've been sitting on my butt doing essentially nothing for the past 3 or 4 weeks. So, happy to be back.
It says, your presence has been missed, Professor. You're one of the people I like here the most.
Oh, very sweet of you. I've been quite missing everybody here, honestly. The lessons, the good teachings, all of it. I hope all of you are good, I know. I heard from Mal earlier that things have been rather rough, so if I can help in any way, do let me know, children. I'll do what I can.
That is appreciated. I'm certain many would need some wisdom leading into the exercise next week.
Did we even try them scales?
I should think so, given what I heard earlier. Tactics. Rather complicated topic.
It says, more than anything, I think I'll probably just continue doing what I've been doing recently. That is training with Master Leviticus. He's been teaching me how to destroy even more things. Bigger explosions. Very funny.
But, was there to at least hand me...
You two
You're
meet.
kind enough to hand me one, and I'll make sure I'm not going to
I
keep
suppose
by
it was
the
rather
way.
bound to
I'll
happen.
hand it back once
I
we
should
are-
only hope that you keep your destruction
myself and Alphonse,
to a controlled amount, if you would be so kind.
Yes, that would be preferred. One does not want other parts of the building to end up like that.
Also help me. I think, if
I should agree
anything, we both
wholeheartedly.
deserve
Between the
to
Ironwood
forget what we
incidents
wanna
of the
do with
past and the
thing.
Leviticus incidents of the
There you go.
past, I feel like we've destroyed plenty of the building enough.
It just says
Yeah.
destroying something like a
I don't
kitchen
wanna
wouldn't
just
take
say
much
take it for
effort
the
at all.
dorm You know?
No, I do not
I
believe
shouldn't
so.
imagine it would if you and him are on a similar scale.
Yeah, not the first time.
But regardless of that, do make sure to
I'm not on your mind.
or try to. Either way.
And if you wish to see yourself with other things, a better option would be to try illusions.
About disseminating, it's about the information we talked about in the library, just in more detail for everyone else.
Fascinating. But yes,
It
in
says why
any
that.
case,
You guys got it.
It says why that in particular.
Because it's not just what me and Mal and what we know.
That is the only way I can.
Knew as well.
Well, I do not know. Is polymorph and the like similar to illusions? I do not exactly know the difference.
no, not at all. Think the way that you perceive the world is a reflection of that which you see. It's that which your mind comprehends. Illusion magic influences that which your mind comprehends. Alteration or abjuration magic modifies that which the mind attempts to see. One is affecting the source, the other is affecting your mind's ability to actually understand. Think the difference between something visible versus something tactile. That is the difference between polymorph and illusions. One is true, the other is not.
So polymorph would be considered more dangerous then, given that it actually changes
I would
you.
say so, yes. Polymorphic magic, just to give an
It
example.
breaks and bends people.
It does.
Does do that, yes. It malleates one's form. Think if I were to give an extreme example. I'm not sure if you've ever seen my magic function before, but when I enhance a limb and force my magic into it, it physically grows. That is my body manipulated by my own mana. I can then retract that mana, or influence it further upon my form, and upon doing so, it retracts the muscle tissue. That is polymorphic magic. Magic that manipulates one's form. A more extreme example would be the polymorphic efforts of doppelgangers, but I find that to be an extreme that's more innate than it is magically noted. Unless, of course, it's magic that modifies that doppelganging nature, but that's a whole discussion in and of itself.
Indeed. It is good to know the difference, however.
That's probably the best comparison I could draw.
Thank you, Professor.
There was a meeting in the classroom among the student body about the cult.
Indeed.
Hello, I'm just giving a reminder in case it wasn't heard
I'll
or
do
anything
that.
else like
I will
that.
likely look out for
That
any
I'm
more
currently
stragglers.
having a meeting inside of the classroom discussing on anything about the cult. If you wish to show up, you may do so, but it's just your reminder before things get started here.
Good condition.
What happened to
They
them?
hold
I'm
up
looking
the
for
rat
sparring
to them
partners.
with their stubby little arms.
I still want to spar
I-
with you.
Not. You probably don't want to see.
Who's around in a little bit.
So ours will be more of a
Things are
training
so
than a
fragile.
sparring.
The rat is
So easy
currently
to
in
break.
critical
So
condition. They
easy
tried to break its neck and
destroy.
spine.
It says, are you going to eat that?
I'm
Yeah,
not
that.
going to eat it, and neither
It's
are
a
you.
little difficult to get around you.
It says, why can I not eat that?
Oh, you're fine.
Because this thing is battle damaged, and that didn't have a fair chance to fight.
Looks tasty.
It is
All
not.
things die.
Yeah,
Living
no,
and
I can't
dying
say
isn't
this.
fair.
Hurting anybody?
Who's to
It
say
could
what
also
should
make
be
you
and
sick.
what should die?
It could also make you sick.
Rat is currently twitching in pain. Its neck and spine were attempted to be broken.
Are you able to perform medical?
I only know how to do basic healing potion now.
If only Viviana was here.
You could ask Europa.
Hearing right now. I can't help but notice that some things appear odd.
Europa,
Oh, I did not know.
Hi.
are you able to perform medical?
Until approximately 3 weeks ago.
Oh,
Hmm.
congratulations.
Of course.
Please inspect the rat.
I'm exhausting all options I have before I do something drastic. I don't want to.
Beg pardon, could you not do something drastic to the poor rat? What has happened to it?
It looks like its neck and spine were injured, and they attempted to break its neck and spine.
Oh, it's alive?
Saved rat!
It's alive.
It's twitching,
It's
but
a
barely.
I
How
would like
would
to
you know
inform
that
you they
rat's
tried to
economic
drown it.
status? Why are you assuming it's
I
poor?
have you know, I have a minute timer. It's about to
The term
die.
poor refers to in a poor state as well as it does anything else. The adjective
Do we put
is
it out of its
applicable to many
misery,
different
or...
situations.
Well, I'm gonna also have a professor
Let
with
it die.
me.
Die eventually.
Professor Alphonse.
He's attempting to
Yes,
display magic on it to see if anything will fix.
May I require your
Gotta
assistance,
hold it in the
please?
correct position so its bones are like healing.
Assuming that this situation is going to resolve itself, of course.
We need a
Assuming
check
if I got
for
rabies.
rabies.
Before
Need
a
to check
minute.
for rabies.
That new rat!
Okay.
No, it's the same one. It lived.
I'll say
We
that
snapped
it's
its
still
neck.
Right over
critical,
then.
but
How
it
the
prevented it from dying of
How
Sorry.
did it live? We snapped its neck!
Clinic.
I have to
Say
go
again?
to the clinic.
That's what
I need to go to the
Apologies,
clinic. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not following.
You're looking good, by the way.
Who am I checking for rabies? Oh, thank you, Bill.
Menace.
What did you do?
Was it because you picked up the rat earlier? Did it bite you? Of course it did. Okay. Let's
Just keep the rat away from, like, everyone over there, if you want it to live.
What am I supposed to do?
Europa.
Set it? I mean, you're gonna set it free? I don't know.
But outside would be better.
Inside here.
You don't see the light just yet. Hold on.
This rat was supposed to die.
Just another day at Curiosum Academy.
This does not counter my idea that this is a hazing academy, even for rodents.
Says I've never seen anything like you before.
Absolutely.
Are you edible?
I am not edible, no.
Please do not attempt to eat Songbird.
They are made out of metals, similarly to my armor, but usually I...
Please no. I hate that thing so much.
I understand, Gabriel.
Then that means like people in the back are gonna have to pull up.
I would say, Mal, if you don't want to use it, move down here.
Just walk up there. Yeah.
I mean, like probably like right here. Probably your best spot.
There's a small amount of us, so this should be fine.
Yes. I'm going to do my best to summarize things here and there, and if anyone's interested in some more notes, please find me after class, and I'll try to get you those notes here and there. Because it is a notable amount of information I'm about to share here. So, as some of you are aware, the coal is our primary enemy here. They are planning to try and bring
Don't know how
this
else to do
unity
eating noises.
to the world that we live in by means that are rather extravagant, as some of you may have experienced or may not have experienced. Some more current information, everything in our tool case of pointing where the current cult activity has been to Kaminari Alley. The first shines, as noted by Virtues, was actually showing up during the tournament, at least when I was capable of talking with the wind, being the species of harpy that I am. They somehow managed to start choking out the wind once I started asking questions about Archer, who was apparently in Israel. Further information
term choking
to
at
be
the
known
wind.
about it, but his current whereabouts seem to be involving in there. As about the cult, though, the Archer's not actually the one leading the one in Yisrael for the cult's leaders, per se, as each area or nations have their own leader, or general, so to speak, when it comes to their decision-making and planning for attack on taking over the Vandals. The one that's currently in the Vandals, notably, is actually a doppelganger, or at least everything's been pointing to the leads of it. The general seems to be a being of many faces, and have different masks. I believe it was masks. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Irenaeus.
The only correction I would have so far is that you said Vandals when I believe you meant Israel.
Yes, I do mean Yisrael for this case of what they're taking over for their main aspect, but they are over all of Vandile, so thank you.
Yes, that general is also known for having multiple identities.
Yes.
The story of a doppelganger that only exists in other people's identities.
Further research, though, of giving more proper reasonings, as I'm sure you all have heard or haven't heard,
This
there's
is
been spirits
very
going about
on the nose for
the
a lot of stuff
campus
that's
here,
happened during
bringing
downtime.
visions of those who have died, either by cultist means or other means, but somehow still connected to the cult, even bringing some physical items here and there to them. Although it is very hard to admittedly bring any proper information to those who are physical and be like, ah, yes, a spirit has given me information and see beyond. Not many would believe that, unfortunately. But my current theory of why also the desired location user we should first investigate of being Kaminari Alley is that there's actually things known as wind stations there. They are capable of purifying the middle and upper layers of Yuzuriel. There is currently no magic when I talk to Virtues about being able to choke out the wind, but it is notable that these wind stations being able to purify the air via charges of magic, I believe, when I've asked Wilhelm about this, could potentially be the ones who actually start messing with the wind, making it unable to communicate properly here and there. Second thing to note, Kaminari Alley is actually known for its airships. One of the notable things that the cult activity has, which is raining in Neptunium currently, of stealing water crystals. The water crystals could be trained over into Kaminari Alley, as Yuzuru and Neptunia are one of the major trading ports for the Vandiles, actually, making sure that you can get any trading here and there to any other location if need be. Which would then also cover the land and, well, the sea and the air. Apologies. Furthermore, there is currently a rumor going on about in Kaminari Alley about rune enhancers happening there illegally. No one has any proof or anything else like that, but it is noteworthy that each cult member, at least whenever we have seen them fight as the dolls, are capable of casting each kinds of magic there is out there. Being it fire, lightning, wind, water. And the best assumption, as there is no currently noteworthiness about any cults whenever a corpse was formed from the cult from any means was ever studied, reportedly. Unless there is any information on that stone. Would you happen to know that, just to check?
I'm sorry, would you remind me what we're covering?
Was there any
specifically?
investigation of any of the cultist corpses?
From the mission with the fire archer?
Just any
Just
in general.
Anytime a cultist member was defeated, was their body ever inspected?
I believe at least once or twice with the fire archer mission, especially the Dreamweaver, since, well, most of y'all probably already know about the situation with that.
Would you mind describing any information you gathered from studying the corpses to us here?
Well, I wasn't the one who did the examination specifically.
Who did?
Oh, it's been so long, I can't even remember.
And was it ever recorded?
That I'm not sure of. What I do remember though was their potency with magical power, physical strength, and actually that's about as much as I know. I'm sorry, I kind of was the head spearhead of that situation.
It's quite alright.
Perhaps this is a question for the professor, given that he showed us the cultists in the first place during that demonstration.
For later, then. But this is just me right now informing people what is aware about. I will try to inform later of those who actually attended this about one information if you are curious about the cultist thing. Because it is also noteworthy on this topic is that the cultists are actually trying to drain people's mana veins, or even the world's veins. It seems at least the archer is capable of writing rather intangible markings of runes onto either people or statues. Statues are their major source, actually, of how they are draining the world's mana veins, at least. So it's at least worth checking into this in case they are adding let's say, a soldier who has been resurrected into more of a mindless being that is capable of casting any magic, since it's no longer that toll of typical people with mana veins, as is typically harmful and or hard for those to try to cast any type of magic outside of their own elemental. But that is the current reasonings up to date of why the investigation right now is at least pointing to Kaminari Alley for Yisrael. To note, though, the leader of Yisrael, at least, has left a lot of notes to the headmistress and other people out there. Mentos, as...
Sheesh.
You want to try the thing? You want to try the...
Sheesh.
Oh god.
Oh no.
One of those.
It's almost
He's generally good at this by now.
Is it?
Sheesh.
Come back to us!
Oh dear. Wait, are we the only
Milk
survivors?
more than just now.
Oh, see. Yeah. Welcome back.
Alive.
We got another one.
Sheesh.
Some of you...
There it is.
There we are.
Gracious.
That was it.
It works eventually.
Apologies. I believe the last thing I was mentioning about was Mentos. It seems to hit a lot of people, so I will put it on a slight hold right now until at least Indra has returned here.
Why did we survive?
I wouldn't question it, because then that means you're going to be next.
For now, though, any questions I might be able to answer from the information I currently have covered.
As an explanation also for why we're interested in the bodies of the cult members is the theory that the spirits we've been seeing are the counterparts to the cult. They kidnap people, turn their bodies into their members, and which is why they're able to use multiple types of magic where it should kill them otherwise. And we're only just getting their spirits now. It's a theory we'd like to validate or verify. However, we have no data to do so.
I am uncertain whether that could be the case.
It would be very helpful to ask this to you, Kokkuri. Do spirits tend to always be truthful, or can they give you deception of things?
Spirits were once people. People are known to deceive. Spirits can do so as well. Those like the Dreamweaver have attempted to. It is simply a matter of how much of themselves still exist within their mana, how strong the spirit is, what they remember of themselves, and if they've lost themselves to their strong emotions.
There's a common theme in the vast majority of the visions that have been seen, in that the bodies are not simply disposed of, but that they're being made into something. We have no data on what that actually is.
Yes, Stone, your question.
I also may just be losing it. Has the rise of spirits kind of grown on campus recently? It seems like there's more of them around.
I'm about to try and provide at least a possible explanation for that one as well. I don't have anything confirmed, but it's right now theories.
They are also all not of Israel.
Okay.
At least one has been a cultist from a previous battle with Curiosum from several months back from Mythins.
Yeah. That
And there have been some from Serenity.
This is not strange, especially for the ones that have come from far away. They do not remember times between when they were killed and when they arrived here. It is to be expected if they have less mana, and they go to a mana-rich place such as the campus, that they may draw from it somewhat, and regain some of their former self.
The other current running theory, before I explain any more further, is the possibility of actually Songbird attracting them.
They arrived before she did.
This is true, but she was already designated to transfer into the school by the time that they started showing up.
That would not account for all of them, at least.
I'd say most likely. She's not the cause, but she is exacerbating it.
Yes,
I was
if
gonna say,
anything.
didn't you guys have them show up before?
I don't believe Songbird showed up
Winter
before.
and the
It was.
Mustang. No, just the spirits.
Oh, yes, no. The spirit showed up before Songbird did, yes. Okay, I believe everyone who's back returned. The last thing I believe people was hearing about was me mentioning the king of Israel, or the leader of sorts, before he disappeared, which is Mentos. Correct, if that's what everyone remember hearing last before the flux obtained
Yes,
him.
and the mention of Kaminari Alley.
Yes, but that was before the one.
I don't remember exactly when I started flexing out, but that sounds about right.
I just started recently mentioning Songbird because I'll explain that more, just continuing my train of thought of all the situations. As they didn't start really choking out the wind until the cult, that is,
like
possibly
choking out
more
the
than likely.
wind.
And I wish I can still describe what the figure looked like, besides the fact of the figure was able to look at me by some means that is also similar dressed as the cultists, but they had a more uniqueness to them. That I am certain about. The point is, though, before that, is that I was discussing with them, the wind, that is, about Mentos, before I started asking about the cult leader Archer being there, which is where they started choking out the wind. Letting it not speak anymore, but it seems Mentos was actually had a vision for the most part, describing any of the notes that he has. If you wish to read what his writings have, but I will try to sum it up as best I can. The man was in grieving ever since his wife, which was the leader of Pandora known as Kristen. It is also currently theorized that right now, in his grievingness, as I speed along a little bit, that Songbird, it is known to be a creation of what Kristen was, and looks exactly like her since the day of her death. He seemed to have foresaw this situation happening, of the cultists coming to fruition, of some being looked like they have fallen into the world's mana vein, spitting Mentos' name with acid, as he yelled for him. He is not sure what it is, but regardless, Mentos seemed to leave his chair, for he seemed to have thoughts and theories of meanings and need to work beyond his own throne. And he even gave letters to the headmistress and other leaders of Israel, along with leaders of the other nations, encouraging to get puzzle pieces of where he may be at. But his last known research was actually doing that at the world veins, suggesting that there is a solution there for them to gather more proper information and even fix the Vandal's other issues. To bring unity is what he always desired from whenever reading most of his notes. There is more notes, but I have not finished reading them properly, as they have not been given to me regardless. But a leader that seems to have the same alignment to what the cult does is rather suspicious. Either the cult has awareness of Mentos' plans of the world veins and their problems, or he's working with them. It is unknown for certain of what the actuality of the situation is. But they definitely seem to be at least the possibility is there. And to note, regardless if this is true or not, and I have tried to ask about the situation, there was apparently a Pandoran representative looking into Mentos, asking about it before being killed by a white rabbit mask. Or not a white rabbit, is a wooden rabbit mask. It seems to have also showed up several times in other spirits' visions. It's unsure about their existence, but it is something to note, the possibility of them working more with the cult because of this. And if the cult get the hands on the research that Mentos did of the world's veins, well, they would have more means of possibly draining the world's mana veins as it is. Which seems to be the general goal, besides the giving unity and magic to everybody, giving this equality as they preach. Now, to talk properly about the spirits, it seems the possibility that Songbird did write their name out to be Christian when asking for them to write their name, but they write in Old Runic. This is also something that Mentos, as more than likely a Starborn, as proven, to also be. Writing in Old Runic is not set to one type of elemental runic language. It is set to multiple, so trying to describe it by itself without any ciphers is quite hard unless you have read into Old Runic language yourself. It is also to note that Christian wears a Day of the Dead flower, which is from Pandora itself, rumored to have been made once the blood of Christian's blood was spilled. The flower is actually meant to draw in spirits of the dead, bringing them to a home of sorts. Which that leaves the possibility, as I stated, as I was trying to discuss about why there's a possibility of spirits showing up. There was some information also said about Songbird having a more brightly glow to them of their spirit, if I remember correctly, right, Irenaeus?
Yes. Additionally, her core is filled with more dark mana than I have ever seen before in any being.
And to note from Mentos' notes, she seemed to be able to communicate with mana, or using mana itself. It is unsure of how her methods at the current moment, but it is something to note about this. And considering the Day of the Dead lily, or flower, it is the possibility that because of her, who sings a constant melody out loud herself, could be communicating with any spirits to follow her for safety, or at least what she describes. And this is where my current information
Virtues and
is
Songbird.
more...
Shit. Alright. Same goes for you.
Seems he wants to speak with them. That is why. But that's all the current information have in theories and anything else like that. I do have what everyone's visions of notes of what they experience, at least thanks to auras, to keeping track of information, and I have the current notes of Mentos. If you wish to have them, please, again, seek me out or anything else like that. But that is for the current information I have and that I'm trying to share out. If you have any questions or anything else like that, please let me know. Or ask them now, please. The people in this room that have theories and other information that they are willing to share.
Mal.
Kokkuri has her hands up.
Yes, Kokkuri.
Has there been anything learned about this doctor with the cure-all in Israel? It has come up many times among the spirits.
I believe you remember their name, Irenaeus. It was Dr.
Faust.
Dr. Faust. At the current moment, no. None of the other spirit visions had anything to do with the doctor. But it is to note in the spirit visions that they have means of shoving a device in an individual and bringing them back to life almost. Acting as a... Please, Aura.
There is technically one singular one that has had something that resembles a doctor.
2. At least 2.
I see that.
A factory worker.
The tonic itself, the doctor's name was mentioned, at least to my knowledge, once. However, speaking of the tonic cure-all, I believe has been mentioned at least twice. At least of my own personal account.
There was another between Aura and myself with a factory worker spirit.
The generator worker.
Yes.
And evidently what we know of this cure-all tonic is that it's quite literally advertised as that. And that it is a tonic that cures everything. There have been no stories of it actually succeeding at doing that. But people keep going to it anyway.
It provides at least some suspicion that this person can be connected.
Oh, I believe so, considering from the descriptions we have of the tonic, it kills whoever drinks it pretty quickly.
So is there no location of this doctor?
And I believe...
If people are able to get the product.
I'm afraid that's where most of our knowledge stops.
Yes. Granted, speaking of people and suspicions, it is noteworthy right now that Electra seems to be more hauled away herself. And our current suspicions is that one of the head of Yisrael is actually being represented by the Doppel themselves. Which I believe our current theory is that it's Electra.
Or that it's something related to Electra. There are far too many references to the power going out. Enough that people have set watches and other timepieces to when the power goes out. Which means it's either being set and operated in a plan, or the power system over there is so poor that it has rolling blackouts that are scheduled. Each one points somewhat to Electra. One far more than the other.
Yes. I believe that's everything for the majority of the noteworthiness, but does anyone have any other questions they wish to ask involving this?
Was there anything more,
If
Citrus?
any of you continue to get visions,
My apologies.
please go, Kokkuri.
Simply wish to know if there was anything else learned about this one who has fallen into the veins of the world.
Unfortunately not. It seems Mentos use, I believe I read about it or heard about it, oraclemancy, to gain this vision of sorts. But none of his notes ever mentioned again about them, besides his grievance of... I should probably mention that, of Kristen. He left a bunch of puzzle pieces which possibly give us more information about the cult's possible doing, or at least what his research is, and how they at least more operate to steal these mana veins, besides using a statue of sorts or any other ruins. He left one of the clues to actually be in Serenity Valley, in which it is a statue of his beloved Kristen. Could be close also to Pandora, so forgive me if I'm messing up the two. Regardless, I have sent a letter to the
Statue of
Princess of
Kristen and
Serenity.
Serenity.
Yes, at least close to Serenity Borders or anything else like that. I can't recall exactly, and Stone himself seems to have left, so he can't correct me about this.
I at least have no knowledge of this off the top of my head. I'd most likely have
Yeah,
to
they
check
got
in
it
with the
off the
rest of
top
my family.
Sorry, I'm gonna need you to repeat because the flux was taking away my hearing.
I said I at least have no knowledge on what you're speaking of. However, I can check in with my family and they'll most likely will. And as an
Anything to
additional note
help as
from what I
long as
was
the
saying
area is
before,
secured.
should any of you continue to receive visions, report as many details as you can to the nearest cavalry member. We're trying to get any good information we can out of these. The more similar details show up, the more it will help us.
But do not seek out the spirits as if they are simply a book to read. Remember that these were once people.
And do try to report anything, be it to any cavalry or me or whoever you at least know can spread information. Please let people know, especially if you go into Yuzuru itself to ask for more information. I currently also have sent a letter to Mika asking about mana veins of people who are stolen, at least records of those who had the situation done to them. As is no, I believe anyone who got injected with the serum had black mana veins, or black, veins to them, correct?
I believe it was their mana veins specifically, but it showed up across their skin.
Yes. That is how you know if someone's actually had their mana veins tampered with or it's stolen. Any other questions again, just to make sure if anyone has any curiosities, theories they'd like to share while we're still here. Alright, if you have any questions in the future, please ask me or talk to Uranus or Aura about this, and if you wish to have the notes of what Mance has written so you may read what he wrote himself, please ask me and I will make sure to get that to you, along with any spirit visions if you wish to have them that was at least recorded at the time being. Otherwise, you're all dismissed and you're free to leave.
I forgot this was the cursed seat, and they still have not fixed. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
I wasn't aware there were cursed seats.
It's specifically this seat right here. You kind of once you sit in it, it won't let you go.
Yes, Kokkuri?
I see.
There is still the matter of the Aranea woman.
I don't know if there's any
the
other
spirit in
seats
the
that are
forest.
like that.
Ah, yes, and the one in the medical bay that we still need to get to.
Yes, both of which I believe
we can
have
at
the
least
mana
try to
veins.
address that at least.
At least the blackened.
Ah,
Good luck.
that would help. Hmm.
Just wanted to make sure.
Hmm.
Seemed like you
We
were
definitely need to talk to professors at least about that.
or deep in thought.
Agreed.
Processing.
We can do that now if you want. Unless, Indra, did you have any questions yourself?
I have something I need to ask you in private.
Me too.
To me, or would you like to ask Irenaeus?
You and Irenaeus both, ideally.
Okay. Then, if you guys could at least wait outside for me.
Indeed.
Also, Kokkuri, I see that you're wearing your hair down again. Looks good.
One moment.
I appreciate it.
Sabriel,
Of course.
Huh? Yeah?
if you also have some free time today,
I don't know where everyone else is. Hopefully nothing chaotic. Do you know where everyone else is?
A good decent amount of people are outside the door, and the others are by the training area with a giant tree ant.
Thank you. Oh, it's visiting. Good to know.
Yeah.
I've heard of the tree
someone
ant.
summoned it to deal with a rat.
I'd not seen them.
Giant tree person
friendly.
is like in the, or I don't know, in the arena right now.
They're the protector of the forest and provide protection for the academy. So.
That is good to know.
Do you know at all what he meant?
Yeah, he wants to try and teach me how to do the site stuff.
Oh. Yes, I remember speaking about that.
I still have not been able to get to do anything, honestly. Hey, Menace.
Let's see who can be found.
And then the professors.
What's the least I could do?
Precisely.
Seeing anything injured is not something
I do need to at least brush up on
too
more,
fond of, I suppose.
At least make sure I don't get a little too, I guess, rusty is the word.
Your kindness to nature will be rewarded in time. Do well and keep on the path you go, and I see a great future
Terminology
before
for
you.
making sure that I don't just forget a couple things, that I'm still at
Oh,
least good in
basically
combat.
His hand glows and
Which is good.
a
I
flower
make sure that
appears.
at least all my runes are still functioning as they should.
As
which
a
is
reward.
the optimal thing.
Thank you.
They're called spring bells. It's a blue flower with white stems, and they always point downwards.
I see. I see you found the
They
end.
are my
I hope.
favorites.
I'm guessing the rat business has been taken care of.
The rat business has been taken care of.
Yes.
That is good to know.
Are we holding a stare off?
Greetings, Professor.
The one who shakes
don't know.
ground.
I just like to look around.
He's one of my new centurions from, at least that we ended up recruiting from the Israel trip. As Nova.
I have seen them walk. Many of them I have.
Kokkuri over there.
Indeed.
Both very capable.
I wish to introduce myself. I am Son Kokkuri. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure's mine, Kokkuri. And they call you?
Nova.
Nova, right. You and your mates, I have noticed many times in my surrounding forest.
And with that, I'm off the way.
Yes.
We don't do anything in the forest for those who are laughing.
Do not indulge in jokes like
hide
that.
and seek. and tag.
Just remember.
And chase each other
had
like...
a date night the other day, so.
That was quite...
I'm sorry, what? Did you clean up afterwards? There's always...
I mean, I at least I'm happy that they gave me the time to sleep, if that's the case. I was wondering why they weren't in my room when I got
I want
back.
to test something.
Or back in the room.
Can I test one of your colors?
Going to places and leaving dirty
Which
things
one?
behind.
The tired one.
Look, I honestly cannot say much on this matter.
Yes, I
I
can.
hope
That's
you...
my deal thing.
That is true.
Where are we going?
Near the pond is fine.
No, but I do hope that the... I hope that the clarity was nice during your late-night picnic. Not in the sky.
Being called out. I don't like it.
I'm not calling you out,
Lord, are you still there?
as you would say. I'm asking if
It was nice though, yes.
I'm glad. And
Has anyone seen Professor Virtues recently?
Especially the more...
Not since this morning, no.
For the opening.
We need to speak to him. I shall find him.
Um,
Do pardon me.
It is better to be under some moonlight, I would always say. At least.
You are literally riding a beast that was literally
Hey.
withering everything.
Yeah. It
Can
wasn't.
you, like, polish it after?
I don't know. It
Is
was
it gonna be
It's
stuck
like
like that?
acidic. It was like acidic. I don't know. I'll have to get a new one probably.
Interesting.
Be that
How many
difficult to get a new
shirts now?
pen.
Are we adding
I wasn't-
pins now? Are we gonna add pins to the tally
I
too?
actually destroyed my
Well,
other
then-
uniform, so no fighting for me this week.
Okay.
Fair enough. There's another one, my option.
I'm told that the hunt was quite
I
difficult.
wouldn't. Yeah. Let's see. On our hunt list, 3 bears or bear badger things, 7 insects, 4 wyverns, a couple other things, fish. Yes.
I think he's just trying to get your attention.
Says, why did you not just eat them? I don't understand.
You know, I ask myself that every time. They're a lot bigger when you go right beside them.
Says, yeah, I know. Just let them bite you, and then go inside of them, and then eat them from the inside out. That's what I would do.
We're not. No,
That's
not
not how
durable.
that works, unfortunately.
People
other
can't
than-
do that.
You have to remember that
You-
things are very different for us compared to you, Q.
unique. You're unique, remember.
Not to mention, one of them could probably even have to solve those faster than.
It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
not bad.
I
It's
found
just
out it was an elder lizard dragon or wyvern. We were not supposed to touch that, by the way. Whoops. Not our
I'm
fault.
aware, which was why
Mm.
a retreat was advised, though people
I tried.
did not listen to the retreat.
Man, they have hard time listening to directive. What a shit show.
That needs to be corrected.
That is worrisome.
Who was all with you?
And not listening to such things is worrisome.
Mr. Stone, Mr. Biol, Mr. Europa, Mr. Wilhelm, Mr. Sauron, the pink gargoyle person.
Selvarin.
Selvarin was there only for a little bit. He got called back
Yeah.
to the campus for issues.
Miss Geo, and Mr. Knuckles. I believe I got everyone.
No.
Yeah, all 8 of us.
A group of people is pretty difficult to command, or a size that large.
No one
Though
expected.
it is worrying to hear that that group of people had trouble following orders.
We're almost outside.
It was I blame myself. I feel like I wasn't directing good enough. The fights were messy, I would say, and the being high up in the mountains, I guess it was harder for us to hear each other due to the air pressure.
We were down in the plains.
Oh, we were down in the
Saren
plains. I thought we were in
doesn't
the
really
mountains.
have mountains.
I have no clue then. I don't even know where we went. I'll be honest.
We were literally between Mythen and Saren.
Honestly, Professor Virtues did not tell me. He just said, you're going here.
Was your head injured? Could you perhaps be missing
Probably.
memories?
Most likely. I did ride
Check yourself in the
older
clinic.
wyvern and then almost fell off of it. That was terrifying.
Yes.
Good idea.
They're really active today.
Indeed.
It just says, I don't think he's brain damaged, it's just him.
Yeah.
That one broke my glasses, I think.
We're having a discussion later.
Although, I did get the title
Yes,
from
let's do, but not right
Virtues
now.
as
I'll
Dragon
find you
Wrangler,
later.
so I'll take it. So that's a pretty good title.
Even though it
Kokkuri?
almost cost you your life.
Kokkuri?
Apologies. Yes, Mel.
You wanted to discuss with the professors about the spirit.
Indeed.
Let us go find Professor Virtue, shall we?
Very well.
Again, it didn't help that that blade lizard could go invisible.
Go invisible, move extremely fast and silent.
What are they talking
Dissolve
about?
Everything around it, corrode it.
The hunt that was gone on recently.
Terrifying.
Oh, there was a hunt.
Apparently involving very large wyverns. It did not go as expected.
Interesting. Let's see.
I did not see him at the training grounds, though that was a few minutes ago.
So it seems Professor Virtues is right now having a private conversation. Unfortunate.
I see. This
I
is
think we'll have
why
to
Stone
wait.
left. Yes.
Yes. Where would that be? Because he invited me.
Perhaps
I'm
in
gonna
his
go
office.
listen to that. You can go. Yeah, I'll go check up on that since he invited me there. Apologies, Kokkuri.
That is fine.
Doesn't help a lot of things went wrong. Overall, I'm not happy with how I performed, but we got out. At least.
Hello, motherfucker. That just means that you got more practice. You know what you need to work on.
Yeah, I'm good
Hi
for
there.
having a leadership role for a while. I'm okay with that. I leave it to you guys.
I am
It's
surprised you didn't elect
How you doing, Tommy?
actual cavalry to be.
I was gonna ask, but then they
You're giving
trusted the
experience,
responsibility onto me, and I was like, oh, fuck.
That is very.
You mean
Okay.
Miss Geo did?
Who?
That is extremely.
Geo, Stone, and Bill, they all said I'm apparently leading. And I was like,
Fair.
It feels like the cavalry
no.
members push their job onto you, which is not a good idea.
They did offer to.
I
I
was
agree
simply-
about that.
I simply did what I was told to.
Which you did a great
And
job.
that was
Thank you.
just scouting.
Hey, you did pin down the wyvern while I was flying away. You helped us get the monkey one.
I chased down the monkey and I literally tried to drag that poisonous, withering lizard away, though someone seemingly got its attention again.
Yeah, that wasn't. Well, to be fair, it didn't seem. Apparently, it didn't seem to matter how far either you or Nalko ran. It just immediately found the group again.
Are those buckles? What are those?
What, steel toad?
You know, this part right here.
Yeah.
Are those buckles?
It's like a steel latch. Yeah, why?
Unlatch.
Okay.
What is it, Cube?
I only just noticed this, but you have very flat feet, Wilhelm. Are they built like that naturally?
Yeah, sometimes.
Cube, are you pale?
Was the purpose of the hunt successful at least?
Look less red.
Comfy there.
I believe it was.
This might be a side effect from all the inedible objects I've been putting in my body.
Oh, yeah, probably.
The hunt was successful. We got everything we requested and more, and we got bonus points as well for finding giant peaches and stuff. But injuries could have been lessened. Sorry, Aura.
Giant peaches?
Yeah.
Yes, imagine a peach that goes all the way up to here.
Would you like to see one?
Huh.
Yes.
Do you just have it in your pocket or something?
He's gonna pull a small peach and rip off the shrinkify rune and it's gonna go poof.
Oh.
See it right here.
I mean, I don't care about
You could make a lot
We're
of
supposed to
food
give this
with
to
that.
Did Nako make that?
Yeah, Malcolm made these shrink runes for us. Shrinks. Malcolm's been improving their runes a
was
lot.
probably extra
That's how we
fruit.
transported
If you
hearts,
wish for one.
horns, teeth, claws, wings, tails. We just started slapping everything.
I don't think you're seeing what big thing felt like. I don't need food. Thank you.
Apparently, you're supposed to go up and down and then go side to side.
I'm just curious what to do with the heart.
I didn't know that was a
Because it's a prized item and I'm not too sure.
I mean, what were you
Not
guys looking
eating
to
it.
get in the first place?
Scales, talons for sharpening weapons because it's better than whetstone. Scales for armor, so lighter and stronger.
It says for the record, I wasn't going to estimate it.
I suppose you'll be using most of the material, but
that is for the best.
Actually, we have an
material.
abundance.
If you wouldn't mind, I think my family would love to purchase those. As they're a
Dot,
lot
dot,
rarer
dot. I
than
was going to ask if it was being used to cook anything.
pretty penny that you have those things to research and utilize.
Were you interested in using it for an ingredient?
Is it possible to potentially make something that can mimic that player lizard's, camouflage
That is a good
ability
question.
that was such a pain to deal with?
Oh, you mean it's wing, the membrane? Yeah, we found out. We send a current through it that goes. Zzz. So we could totally make something out of it.
Wilhelm,
And a little invisibility cloak. Yeah.
do you know if those peaches are going to be used for anything? Cube was interested in perhaps cooking with it.
So I wanted the giant ones, but we have the small ones, like the normal ones. Do you want one? He'll toss you too. They're like special sweet peaches. I don't know. There was something. We just collected a bunch. I also have one with my fish friend. He pulls out he pulls out one of the fish.
The fishes that would literally spurt water at the people.
I found out
What
it's
was,
magic. If we press them
Are you
right
gonna
here,
eat that?
they're like a water gun. Just
Are you
spits
gonna
a fucking
eat that?
stream. No, they taste very bad apparently. I'm gonna make this into a weapon. Get back.
What if you cooked it?
Virgil said they taste like crap.
Why don't you just have it in your fucking pocket?
Some of them actually got cooked. But you'll
That's probably for the
literally
best, then.
lightning on them.
No, I didn't say how. I said why.
Oh, it's technically in my room in the fish tank.
That makes sense.
Would it taste differently to you?
It says, but
I just want its gland.
it says, but I don't have taste buds.
But
I had wondered. So does nothing
by the way.
taste to you?
Read.
Is there a time frame
That is unfortunate.
I'm still learning how to mend with
It
dragon
says the
heart, so,
sensation of dissolving things is
month or
pleasant,
so.
though.
It definitely will not be done by the clash. I will say that sadly.
But
That's
you
fine.
tend to eat things that
I
do
mean,
not
I'll
dissolve.
figure out
There was
At least not
almost
very well.
like
But it helps you for the
3
future,
to 4
of course.
times we almost got.
For everything.
It says you would be surprised how acidic
Bloody
Slime's body can get with enough practice. I can melt through steel.
Almost eaten.
I do suppose so.
You don't look forward to it.
Could you put a definite
But if something is bad for one, if you dissolved it, would it perhaps make you sick? Perhaps that is the difference. I meant something like that fish. If it is bad for others, perhaps it is bad for you in that way.
I feel like it would.
It just says
Would you
worth
like to
it.
talk about that later, about acquiring some of the X material?
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
You
I
are
already
to
gave
be
the
worried
teachers
about
their cut.
sometimes.
The rest is just for us for use and students' use. The only
My
things I'm
parents
not
will
allowed
have
to
a
give
use
out
for it
is
in my armor.
dragon's blood. Apparently that's really used for
You know
magical
why.
mixes. So
Yes.
no for that.
Understood. I was trying to see if my family could potentially use
That is not a bad thing.
use it for anything.
Yeah, we have a bunch of materials. Color changing feathers from the monkey thing, talons, claws, teeth.
At this point, you might be getting a higher discount at some of the stores if you wish to buy any magic tech or any magic knickknacks.
Interesting. Yeah?
Would you like to do that spar soon? I'm getting sleepy.
It says, would you like to trade some of those things? I can give you some cube parts. I'm worth a lot of money.
Cube parts.
Sorry.
We'll talk
I've slipped
later.
on the edge.
You want some of this to spare? We can give you some of the monster parts we gathered.
It just says,
Would you like to
alchemically
walk
speaking,
down?
I'm worth a lot of money according to Copperbeard, in the 9-digit range.
Pardon me.
Bad.
Good night, everybody. Or good. And I'm going to turn in early.
Good night.
Good night.
As much rest as possible.
Have a good night.
Mm.
Take care.
Careful, Rupert.
Uh-huh.
Greetings, Gummy.
Funny thing, or for the whole thing, I was gonna say we should synthesize that wyvern's poison for your arrows. You're the only one I really know that uses arrows very efficiently. So I'd feel like you're the only one I trust shooting those arrows. My
I
opinion.
see your point, though I will tell you one thing. If there's anything I honestly despise being used in battle, it's honestly poison.
Oh, never mind then. We will let you.
It's way too cowardly.
Your leg.
Oh.
Greetings.
Who's that?
They're involved with Professor Fontaine.
Who?
I see.
Hello. Fontaine, do you know which way it is to his office?
Yes, it is through the library.
Yeah.
This way.
Thank you. Yes, hello, I work for Fontaine. Can I help you? And please, you don't have to get that close.
It says 8.5 out of 10.
Whatever.
Were you grading them?
Chambers? Chambers!
It says I think they would taste good.
I was curious. Did you have any updates about?
Please do not eat the professor's helper.
I know to letter him, but.
Yes, I just actually came over here to see if at least by the
This is very satisfying texture in body.
he just finished the first part of his training already, so
Again, you should probably not touch people without their permission. They usually get upset.
he's at least gotten hand-to-hand combat down. I'm going to put him through some endurance training next, and then
I forgot about that, admittedly.
He has plenty of that from Ironwood, but try to teach him more of the sword. Ironwood hasn't been able to do that.
It is something to try to memorize.
I will attempt to do so.
Thank you, Chambers. You do a lot of
Many
work.
would appreciate that.
Is somebody injured?
I am uncertain.
Why would they go to the clinic otherwise?
I believe he just came from a meeting with the professor. I do not know in this case.
I went in there before. People were a little annoyed when they found out I was hiding in there. I was curious as to what happened to someone. That's all.
Sometimes one could consider that a breach of privacy, especially when it comes to injuries.
What is a breach of privacy?
How best to explain? There are things that others do not wish to know about them, so they wish to keep it private. In finding out something without their permission, you are breaching their privacy. Generally, when it comes to medical things, people consider that private.
I didn't know that. I'll definitely keep it in mind for the future. Thank you, Kokkuri.
It depends on the person. But in general, those who practice medicine understand this and try to keep others away unless the one who is injured agrees to it.
I see. That does make sense. I didn't really think of it that way. I don't really sustain many injuries myself. Don't really take them.
That is not entirely true.
It depends. They can regenerate from most things.
But you did not entirely seem to wish to let many know about your injuries during your training. Is that true?
Well, I didn't think they would let me continue if they found out what it did. That's all.
It is still a type of privacy that you wished.
I see. I understand. Thank you for the example. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
I'm still new to this, socializing, that is the word.
It is. Greetings.
Hello.
I'm currently waiting for Mel. We were going to speak to the professor about cult-related things.
I have additional questions along that topic. I think I'll most likely wait with you.
Very well. He ran into the clinic. I do not know who is injured, but I did not wish to crowd them.
Which professor?
I was going to speak to Professor Virtues, given that he had given the presentation on the cultists before.
Yes. Him and Copperbeard.
Indeed. I have not seen Professor Copperbeard today.
Evidently, Virtues is currently in the clinic. I have a question I would like to ask.
I do not know if Professor Virtues is in the clinic. Simply that Mal ran by into it, after speaking with Professor Virtues, I believe. For another matter.
Well, I see no reason not to simply walk in.
Did not know if it would be a breach of privacy if whatever is going on.
If it is, I'll simply turn around.
Hey, before you do that. Oh.
Too late.
He just walked into a bunch of dark magic.
Oh.
That is worrisome.
I would must be very nice.
It says, I'm sure that's very unpleasant for a light user.
A whole room of dark magic.
It would be unpleasant for me as well.
Oh. Hmm?
Mm. Mm.
Luckily,
He just says, why is that?
a very small alcove where they weren't at there. But to
Most
have
of my
stepped
mana
forward
is of
would have been
light.
painful. Well,
Are you alright?
that's not what I expected when I walked into that room.
Near did I.
Assume they're having some sort of private discussion.
This board says, are you okay?
Last thing I heard is that they're trying to get permission slip from the dead queen.
From what?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I don't believe I caught all of
The
that.
dead queen. So Christy.
Yes, they're trying to get a permission slip from a dead queen.
A permission slip for what?
To go gather Mentos, something about Mentos in the archives.
Ah.
Why would they need permission? Wait, which archives?
Her archives, I'm guessing, so it's probably the Pandorian archives.
They're attempting to gather permission to go to Pandora.
Yeah.
Into royal archives.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
From a dead queen.
Yes, from a dead queen that I don't think any of them know is currently still around.
Correct.
She has no authority to give.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
This is...
You're seeing all the issues.
This is... alright. I could understand if they wanted to get location information from her.
I suppose it would depend on whether a spirit has authority there.
His board just says, I have a
She
weird feeling
fundamentally
this is somehow going
doesn't.
to work out.
Except it's Pandora, so it might just work.
His board says it shouldn't work, but it might. I don't know why, but I have a weird feeling about it.
It is at least better than some other options. The less polite kind.
That doesn't explain why there's so much dark magic just on the other side of the door.
That I was trying to figure out why I was sneaking around in there, but I think Winter was trying to keep a spirit entertained.
That was the wrong place to do so
Lovely.
inside of the clinic. Many could get injured.
If I had taken 4 more steps forward, I would have.
That is something that would need to be spoken to if that is the truth.
I'm gonna be completely honest. If they were planning to do something of that nature, wouldn't the ritual room be better to do it in?
Agreed.
Instead of the place where they are supposed to take all the injured?
Mm.
So what happens if someone goes critical right now?
I suppose they would just die.
His board says if a light user to be critical at the moment, they are not receiving help. They cannot go in that room.
It's not the entire room. It's simply the entrance. And once he did notice I was there, he stopped. Luckily.
If it is simply the entrance, it is the
Entrance
entire room.
of all the places.
Yes.
Well, to be clear, there's about 3 feet past the entrance, and then that's where there was the wall of dark mana. in the form
I
of
can see how
butterflies.
it's a nightmare for people like you, though. I'm gonna be honest, that sounds very needed right now. So refreshing.
It is something to speak with the party about.
I actually still don't know whether or not they actually wanted me gone. I simply heard Virtue say my name, saw the dark mana, and turned around.
So he is in there. Wait, you got engaged the other day? Congratulations! Hey! Do I actually have time to watch today? Hey. Well, Barn knows while we're silent here.
Recall you also wish to speak with me, Irenaeus?
Yes, but that was more about wargame strategy.
Which is completely fair.
I admit I just want to finish this one last question about the cult.
It says, what is a war game again? I've heard that term like twice. No one's really explained it very well.
War games, in comparison to, let's say, a tournament, tournaments are one-on-one fights in brackets. A war game is set up more like how actual war is conducted. There is a hierarchy of leadership, and everything is running at the exact same time. There are multiple teams that are claimed under multiple generals. In this case, there are two: Winter and Aura. They are each of the two sides of this war. Under that are several commanders. They are the ones who are actually selecting and then moving with a squad. Ultimately, it is less of a game and it's more of a simulation, a test, to develop an overall strategy of how to use multiple different types of squads that have been developed for different things together, how to best utilize them. Figure out both mistakes of individual prowess, overall strategy, environment plays a key factor, and then ultimately one side will end up on top because that is the only people left standing.
That sounds honestly quite interesting. So it's like putting theory crafting into practice and actually putting the paper into work, right?
Yes. Ideally, you would want your intended leadership to be comfortable with being leaders before you send them into war, where making a mistake in a strategy means you simply got 5 people killed. And if you had done something different, they would still be alive.
Exactly. Can't put it in better words myself.
Ultimately, the purpose for cavalry is to train us to make these mistakes now so that we don't throw away all your lives in the future against the cult. We have our assumptions, we have our theories, we test them, we see what's real.
Technically, some people even learned that lesson last night. To some small extent. The one that was commanding
the
us for
expedition.
the hunt. Yes. They saw a baby wyvern getting attacked. They technically wanted to save them, though. Their indecisiveness was the deciding factor for letting it die. They had the
There are other
option to.
factors.
Oh yes.
Where were they?
I have 2 people to go talk to.
So we were basically in the valley in perfect ambush position almost to attack a wyvern that was already engaged with a younger wyvern. We also had essentially what you could almost say a tamed drake or something like that, also engaging in that wyvern from behind. And if we had come in from the sides, which we weren't already in position for, we could have potentially taken out the bigger wyvern and saved the little one. Though
what would be the
Willem was
point of that?
unsure. Well, there's no real point to it. However, he wanted to save technically alive, though failed to due to the fact that he did not act.
Who did not act? I'm afraid I'm very sparse on these details.
We could definitely have acted, like I said. Majority of the
Yes,
team was
I mean
in
I
ambush
literally do not know who was on the mission, who did not act.
Mr. Wilhelm, which was the one in charge of the mission.
I see. However, I believe most likely a lot of different cavalry members would have had different actions to take. That is simply nature. There's no reason to save the smaller wyvern.
That would depend.
Which country did this take place in?
It was in a forest that's between Seren and Mithens. So basically, nearby where past cult activities have been taking place.
Yes.
It says, I still don't know why they sent a centurion out to lead a group of people. It's not even our job. We don't do that.
I suppose that is a question. Was any cavalry member available?
Myself and Miss Geo.
I was also not privy to any of the planning of this.
I was basically brought in last minute by Miss Sayori. I don't know how much privy the others were in information, though I was basically just brought on to be the eyes in the sky for them.
I suppose they made an interesting choice then.
Have you seen Stone anywhere?
Currently in the clinic, but having some sort of conversation.
I think I've heard about that actually. I'll wait until he's done. Thank you.
I will also note, Mr. Irenaeus, that in technicalities, he was forced into a leader position.
Are you alright, Menace?
I'm okay.
See, why was he forced into that position when cavalry members were available?
No.
I'm not too sure.
Was it intended for him to prove his worth as a
These
cavalry
stairs
member?
are too small.
They are.
From my knowledge,
Are you dead, Menace?
Thank you.
No.
No, you're alive then. What were you saying?
From my understanding, he is not taking any type of leadership training, unlike that Mr. Stone is undertaking. And he was simply one of the people that was to organize the hunt because he needed materials and some other needed also materials for crafting and familiar stuff.
And that is how he was forced into a leadership position. because he was the one organizing it.
I didn't give it faces.
I suppose. At
I'm
least
Knowledge
he
of the
surprised you
creatures
brought
in
in last
question would
minute.
be useful in such a way.
So he's just yapping in your mind.
Yes, I'm not denying his place on the team. More that I believe it was misused.
That's good luck sleeping.
What'd you say? Hold on, repeat.
Says good luck sleeping.
It sounds like the mission could have gone differently
I'm a heavy sleeper.
if they had brought that to cavalry at the very start.
You'll let me sleep or you...
They had,
I will kill the rat once I find it.
so to speak, a second year and a first year cavalry available.
Would I have way more?
Also, they had a centurion that also undergoing leadership trainings.
Have you picked me up while I was sleeping?
Yes, I believe the eventual goal for Stone is actually to become at least somewhat cavalry.
Cube, no, a heavy sleeper means that... Cube, a heavy sleeper means that... A heavy sleeper means that you gain 100 pounds when you sleep.
What?
100?
No, it does not.
Yeah.
I don't know
Says
what
I'm
the point
filling
of
that
that
pillow
was at
with
all.
grease.
That is
And what are
honestly
your plans for
understandable.
that?
It just says I will walk in their room and fill their pillow with grease.
Do you know which room is their bed? Which bed is theirs? I am also in that room.
It says, yes, I'm aware, don't worry about it. I won't touch any of your things.
I appreciate that then. I am half tempted to go into that clinic. Given that they're taking such a long time.
It says, Mal was supposed to talk to me in a one-on-one. He asked me to earlier, but he's been in there for a long while.
He was invited to this meeting during the class presentation that he held.
Yes. I believe, at least during that talk, it was David that grabbed Stone, apparently.
He also told Mel at that time.
That both Songbird and Virtues wanted to speak with him.
Indeed.
Which, if they want to exclude cavalry, in whatever they're planning, that's their prerogative.
Didn't you say Mr. Winters in there, so that argument is not completely
Well, I suppose,
valid.
yes. You're correct. However, I don't think he was actually listening, considering he was pacing back and forth, leaving Dark Men at the entrance.
Pacing can sometimes help people remember things better.
Depends on whether or not he was entertaining a spirit, as I'd heard earlier.
It does.
Why? God's sakes, why? By the fucking void.
Stone,
Oh?
What?
can you give me a summary of what I just saw?
No, because it's still going on. I'll explain later.
I think I already know. I want you to pay attention to one little detail here, Mr. Ernest. Did Songbird act like Songbird there? And what
I've had
were
very
you
little
supposed to
interactions with the construct. However, I don't recall her cursing so much.
Indeed.
Exactly. So more than likely, the little theory about, she actually carrying the soul of this Christian in the core is correct. A literal
Yes.
vessel crafted for someone that's already dead.
It's honestly more astonishing that he was able to retain so much of her. I was not exaggerating when I said that that is the most dark mana I've ever seen in any being.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on how much they had
at
before
least
death.
multiple dark uses that was inside there. Well, something can just presume that they used it to trigger it.
I do not know the circumstances of her death.
Hmm.
I suppose it would depend on how much mana she had beforehand, and whether there was any outlying that she was allowed to draw beforehand, in one fashion or another.
If I don't recall wrong, wasn't it that she died during a war?
If she was using her mana,
She did.
there should not be that much left.
Additionally, do you know the flowers that were spoken of?
No.
The flowers adorned across Songbird are known as marigolds. Flowers of the dead. They attract spirits, and they are directly made out of Kristen's mana from where she died.
That would make sense then.
As far as I know, they can only grow inside Pandora, where even the ground is stained with dark mana.
It is rare for a spirit to be able to gather ambient mana to add to its own, and allow itself to continue so long.
Well, there's another thing you have to take in consideration. It's not really that the spirit have done it alone. She's a construct after all.
That makes so much sense now.
Okay,
Hello, Mao.
yes, you two, and obviously Kokkuri. Bring who you want, because I'd rather not try to repeat as much information as I can while it's still fresh in my head. Because this is involving Mentos and some other interesting notes. Because you were right about our suspicions about the pathway of the hidden place being at that one island next to Pandora.
Good to know.
Yes.
Okay, so I apologize. Things are happening real fast. Had to take care of that. What has Mal told you already?
You take the elevator, okay.
No, I just said that.
I'll send it back down. Hold on.
That's why I said gather who you want to also be able to hear this, unless you need to have a whole cavalry thing, but... Which one's yours?
Finally shut off.
I think,
Yes.
honestly, we can disseminate it. Whatever it is.
Okay,
Disseminate and make sure it's
brain
wasn't
hurts.
a document for me as usual.
Please
I'll
don't touch
fix
me.
that when
Yes.
we're in the classroom.
Okay, Alright, I just would like to sit down somewhere if you don't mind.
Shall we go and use one of the common rooms?
Is there any reason we can't simply return to the classroom that is now vacated?
That works, actually.
Yeah, but probably
And then
gonna need a little bit to myself.
I would like an explanation about why Songbird is, well, down.
Mal, I'm gonna leave it to you, buddy.
Okay. Stone, could you do me a favor and just tell Nikas to come to the classroom?
If I see him. Cool.
We'll let him know when we see him.
I guess we'll see how right I was.
I'll
try to recall everything, but, you know, some expectations, but that makes more sense about what that one thing was. So, okay. Let me start off about one thing. Remember how we were talking about Kristen's core was glowing really brightly, correct?
Mm-hmm.
To her spirit,
out-
yes.
Yes, turns out
To
she was
mana, it is
storing
a black
power.
void.
Turns out she was storing power so she can communicate as herself as Kristen.
Hmm.
So I was able to
I
ask her a
see.
few questions as best I could. Granted, I wanted you in the room, but to much of my dismay, in a more proper sense, they, and I quote, did not want too many people to surround them to stress them out. So I did what I could to ask these questions as much as I wanted you in the room, Irenaeus, at least.
Thank you. I did accidentally actually walk into the room. I'm unsure
Yes,
about
and
what
I
was
was
happening. However, there was a wall of dark man in front of me.
Okay, I see. Now, continuing forward. I did get the phrase, but it's written in Abyssal about what word they use for the hidden portal. I can't read it. Virtues can read it, so you may be able to read it yourself, Irenaeus, but I'm not too sure. But she's able to gather energy and was able to talk. She stated about his intentions of finding out more about the mana veins and everything. Turns out, to confirm, leaders are capable of speaking through the mana itself, the elementals, because they are born and / made the elemental magics themselves, or the magic. So Christian's actually able to use darkness and the dark magic to whisper and talk to people. Because of this, because she can see the mana veins itself, because she is it. The races on the leaders are under lock and key, apparently, for reasons, so she wasn't exactly allowed to disclose that when Virtue stated that to her, because that's apparently a thing. Mentos is currently located by that island next to Pandora there. I forget what they stated that was. I can quickly look to see if I can actually find it about a familiar name here. But it is that island that he is currently at, and has means to protect himself from sending runes. Apparently that's one of the dating spots he did with Christian himself. Give me one moment as I look in the notes.
Suspicion that was gonna be that island.
Yes, it's accordingly the Ethereal Islands.
Yes, that was the island I predicted.
Yes, and apparently she did Oraclemancy of looking into things herself, while Mentos did another type. I currently can't remember, and I wish Stone was there. I will look back onto notes, because I do believe Stone has a bit more memories onto these things. Hang on. Pandora. Because I believe it's like Everfallen Forest is the location that I was currently looking at.
Greetings.
She's also capable of communicating with spirits because she was very friendly to these spirits here. Yes, that's that location. That's what I believe it is, and I'll double check to make sure about that. Hi. So, long story short, apparently Christian was talking to us there because that was the reason why all the energy was gathering inside of her to make her shine more brightly. That explains why there was a lot of dark magic. Turns out Christian herself as... Oh.
I'm getting closer, that's all.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure before I continue. Turns out Christian herself is one of the leaders who made the Vandile's darkness magic. And she's able to communicate via using it because she is the darkness magic. So it's like essentially her first language. That explains why she was doing what she did about the glowing energy inside of her. Mentos is also currently located at the Everfallen Forest, which is right there next to Pandora's island there.
Is it ever mentioned what element Mentos is?
I believe the fact of him being a Starborn, that I want to say he is also darkness.
Then you can return to the
But
core
I will
whenever.
double check on that.
Darkness is
No,
just
that makes
Starborn's
sense.
weaknesses.
Yes, darkness kills
Yes, which
Starborn.
is... Unless he's light, but I'm trying to remember
Just holds
actually,
out a
'cause it's
little
whatever
pamphlet.
Yisrael's
Lightning.
He talks about the core of the world and the cycle.
But
I'm
yeah,
told
lightning.
that
It has to be
some of the spirits enjoy pamphlets.
Sorry, I'm having to recall a lot of information at the moment from that talk. So apologies for me speaking fast and thinking fast.
When you feel you're ready,
That tends to happen with a lot of words.
I will be here to help you pass.
But yes, she vouched that Mentos was not over that, as she calls, and I quote him, his idiot husband, and that they would have been married had he actually listened to her. But he did not. She's also not aware about the reason for making the body, because that was before or after her death, so it is noteworthy that she has no clue about the reason why or why he was creating the creations of the constructs that he did. I asked for means of more Mentos notes. Apparently, it's also in Pandora's library that he has hidden some inside, as stated by that. I tried to see if I can ask her for permission for these kind of music inside, but currently the Van Dials does not know that she's
Have you
alive.
heard of our Lord and Savior, the legally distinct live
She has
stream?
no authority to give, unfortunately.
Legally distinct, not live stream, I guess.
Yes, I still have not heard back from
I don't know
Jakuno
if that
about
would
the...
get... Which archives, specifically? I don't think even Jakuno can help getting into the royal archives.
I believe she stated her archive, so it probably is the royal archives.
The royal archives.
Yes.
Which also
Don't at
means if
least
you want to
ask.
get access to that, you would have to interact with her son.
Oh, shit.
Yes. But each of the leaders can actually see the mana itself. I actually asked specifically because I figured like this would benefit us, or if we learn the means of communicating through it. Which actually, I believe I had a theory that there you could talk through mana, and now this just confirms
Wish I
it.
could reach my hydrate. I cannot. I will do it as soon as I can.
But the Wyvern Lever, Zephyr, can actually communicate via the wind mana itself. I figure that will also be of interest to you, Aura, if we can get a means of communicating to them. That will help further our studies, at least communing with the wind, as I can do, but you may be able to do the similar aspect because of this. And if we can learn how we can see the world's mana itself, that will also
Max's
assist us,
overlay
because
died.
a lot
Fun.
of research should know, because she is aware of the runes / markings that the cultists did of draining the mana veins itself. Christian, that is.
How is she aware of them?
I didn't get to ask that question, unfortunately. But she is, because she can see the mana veins itself. And that there was notable that Mentos already saw the damage that was happening to them. Which is why he went to go investigate the way he did, apparently.
That actually gives more credence to the idea that this cult has actually been active for quite a long time.
Yes. And this can help debunk the fact that Mentos is working with the cult, at least. Because I was trying to get that before I got a lot of pushback by people such as Winter and David. But that is besides the point, to make sure I get the clarification, because I wanted to get rid of that doubt because of how he was wording everything. I do have it also marked on my own map about the location of the point of interest that was mentioned about the hidden isle, or hidden place between the Van Dials. So I had it marked down on my own map by her. I also have the phrase that was written in epistle. Yes?
If that's the Everfallen Forest, that is not what they were speaking of.
I can't remember exactly the place's name. I just know it was there. It's either Everfallen or Whisper Woods. One of the two. I also try to ask her about, because apparently she mentioned
Both
her
areas
children.
you don't want to be in.
Yes, but she mentioned her children, the, what was that one word I tried to pronounce and I can't remember it, but it was about, it started with an L.
Luminary.
Lumasi?
The
Lumasi. Yes.
Lumasi.
Apparently that's her children, possibly. I can't exactly recall that properly.
Those things?
It does.
Yes,
it
because
did,
they're being,
specifically. It did say that
Yes.
something of Lumasi was from the depths, which is the birth of
And
darkness. correct?
there is
Those
also
monsters.
two things that would also interest you, actually. One, there's voidlings, and the other mention was, hang on, it started with an S, something about sun. Give me a second.
Voidlings. Did some of them
Yes,
actually
solar
working
dwellers.
Repeat that?
Solar dwellers. That's the name that she's spoken of. I didn't get to really ask much about that. I try to also get how she learned about more of the mana veins and oraclemancy. She said that she could teach me while she was here about oraclemancy, and I can at least try to see what things here and there, or if anyone else is interested in learning it, that would be most helpful.
I'm attempting to reach out to my mother about such things. She is a seer.
Then would you like to make that request to, well, currently a songbird, but...
Kokkuri.
Yes.
I'd like to know how your talks about
Aren't you a
that go.
friend? Put the spirit down.
I at least
Oh,
don't think I
okay.
have any aptitude toward oraclemancy.
Yes, we have
Or
met.
that would be a good
I
use
gave
of
him
my
a
time.
pamphlet.
Hello, Fontaine.
Oh,
Good to see
okay.
you, Mr. Ernest. Hopefully,
Wait,
you
it's
can,
just a normal thing.
I am, and evidently we've learned a lot.
Yes, turns out Songbird decided to become Christian because of the gathering energy that she did. So she managed to actually talk to us properly for a bit. So I'm explaining to the people
Okay
here
there,
about the
Myling.
conversation that happened there.
Oh, well, surprising.
Say again?
At least
I
from
believe
the
they are
few
Yes,
times I've tried to have any sort
Can
of
you read Abyssal?
casual...
What a question.
Can you read Abyssal?
I mean, I have some notes.
What exactly do you mean by abyssal?
Hang on.
You referred to it as a runic language, correct?
Yes, because Christian actually wrote it, because it was the phrase that they use.
Mm.
So to me,
If that's the
and to
case-
those who can't read it, if you look at this letter here, the words are jumbling everywhere, and it gives me a headache, because I've never seen words move around freely like this.
If that's the case, I know why virtues can read it. And virtues may be the only one who can.
Yeah, if it's not a runic language or a starborn, the best bet is probably virtues or alphons. Those two are pretty diverse with other languages, but
Yeah,
I more mean that
alphons.
virtues can read that simply because he is an angel.
exactly, it helps. But just also virtues himself, he does dabble a bit in some languages here and there that at least he has picked up every now and then. I mean, working here at the school for this long, you're bound to pick up on some languages here and there as a professor, if you haven't already. But regardless, in terms of Abyssal, I could go see if at least... Well, I could see first if I have
Virtue
any
said he can
notes.
read it later to me, as a
Oh,
heads up,
then that
but I
works.
figured at least, you know, you'd be in the know about that. Christian also
Fair enough.
mentioned about Winter's capabilities as a quote-unquote voidling, that he can expand his powers and even talk through the mana itself.
Hmm.
Well, that's
Speaking
not
to what,
concerning.
Mana?
As noted, you can apparently, as the leaders, are the mana of the elements of light, darkness, wind, lightning, fire, ice. They can see the world veins itself and even communicate using it. Of that
Elemental
element.
spirits, yes.
Mm.
We can also speak to such elements if we are attached to them. At least, many of our kind can. I do not know about Aura. I cannot.
Is that why Winter speaks to his claw and the like?
I believe that
speaks
is
to
an
them?
elemental.
Yes, he speaks to the claw like it has a personality. Same with the hammer and the wings.
Yes. Although I think there's a difference between the mana and elementals, though. I'm talking the actual essence of darkness, essentially, of the magic. At least that's how it seems to be
The
described.
original rulers were the elements themselves.
Correct.
Most likely.
And some of them cannot have children. As noted, Mentos himself is a starborn. But he shouldn't be alive now, as it is, as Christian stated. Or he shouldn't be able to live as long as he did. But
there's
So
a
much lore that got
possibility
dropped
he
recently,
found some
fuck.
type of means to continue living.
Keep in mind also, Mal, again, like I did with my Starborn lesson, the longest that we have recorded of a Starborn is 1,000 years. It's not saying that we can't go past that long, but that's the oldest that anyone's seen one, but...
I'm just stating what
there-
Christian said.
Of course. My apologies.
No, it's helpful to get refreshed on these things. But yes, he was the one who crash landed as a meteor into Yuzuriel, and Christian was the one who gave the name to Mentos. They said he was missing for, or they, being Virtue, said he was missing for 50 years, so there's to correct that mistake of mine. And not 30, so...
Regardless, either way, I mainly just came by to let you know in regards to any shipments and anything in regards for what you spoke about earlier this morning. I've already got those placed and ready to go.
I did try to ask to see if Christian knew anything about the visions of people having her inside of them during the killings. I think I got roughly along the lines of she doesn't really recall, but I'll definitely have to check back on my more mental notes about that.
How was her memory state after she took over Songbird?
She had every memory before the creation of Songbird, basically, it seemed like. Because I got the best time frame because she didn't even know about the body's creation or its purpose.
So it's safe to assume that Songbird is just the puppet for Christian. So whilst Christian is asleep, the puppet is the one that's in full control.
So I was close on my guess.
Yes.
Good.
And it took how long for her to develop enough power to have Kristen speak for what, 20 minutes? 10?
I want to say at least 30. I don't know when David did his talk, but that happened, and it was during when I was explaining everything, so... Oh, her melody, which is Christian's lullaby, is actually how she did oraclemancy. She does it through song. Which is why apparently, she believes that she was given the name Songbird.
Interesting. It could have many meanings, the name.
So there was that, because I tried to ask as many questions as I could.
Though I can understand it's hard to recall it because it's so recently and you have yet to collect your thoughts on the matter.
Yes.
I figured I also at least speak while I was fresh in my mind about it and collect more of it later. I'd rather get it out now so you can do any research that I already remember and I can inform more later. Luckily you guys are not going anywhere, so...
At this point, everyone may need to start carrying around notebooks with which to write everything down.
Yes.
As I was saying, I expect a follow-up meeting to this specific topic in the future, when you also manage to collect yourself.
But yes, once I asked about the whole messaging Mentos, because the apparent runes against sending is when she started running out of the room where you guys saw her.
It was very apparent that it was not Songbird.
Yes. Okay.
Is that all
As
you
a
recall?
question,
Yes.
why do you keep referring to her as Christian?
Because that's what she wished to be called during that time.
I believe her name was Kristen.
Kristen, sorry. It's probably my accent.
Hmm. In that case, my apologies.
Yes, sorry about that.
Is that all you
To
recall for the time
elaborate,
being
what
until you get more
exact
concise?
What exact situation sent her running?
It was me asking about if there was the way to use the sending spell on Mentos for it to work. And then she mentioned about runes, and then she said, no, no, wait, and then she started running.
But she was attempting to find something in the
Would it be
classroom.
anything else but cryptic?
From what it sounds like, the possibility that she may be recharging energy again to speak once more. So there's a possibility in the future of her actually talking to us again.
Do you know for what reason she ran to the classroom specifically?
To point out the location again about their date spot. The one that I have marked on my own map about their hidden location. For apparently that area has, or location, or whatever housing it is, has the ruins of protection against sending.
The big southeastern island, yes?
Of Pandora there, yes.
Yes, okay.
Almost the center of the world.
It's as we theorize.
There's much to take in.
Yes.
And Mo, just wanna double
Yes.
check. By something you wanted me to almost get into contact with.
Zephyr.
Understood. Gives me excuse to return home for a little while.
Because it could be beneficial, and plus I have a feeling Mentos has at least some type of notes along with Zephyr.
I will see what strings I can pull to acquire whatever information is possible.
Apparently
Even
the headmistress
perhaps
is also
even
capable, but if you wish to also speak with her.
Do you want me to at least send a letter to Dracuno to see if he can do, if anything, at the least to at least ask?
Yeah. Might as well. Might as well see what he can and can't do.
He seems to like me, and, you know, I could use it with the guise of protection of council member to noble. So, you could treat it like work. I could officialize it everything if it needs to, since it is the Royal Archives.
Plus, I think it would help if we can also make a good impression on to the King of Wyvern himself, Zephyr.
Indeed. After all, Wyvern is known for being the most neutral nation of them all. Or
this is true.
Having alliances also almost within everyone, and have so far no enemies.
There's a lot I want to talk about here. A lot I want to know, but I need to know information first. Like, shit, I don't know a lot of stuff out of character, whether I know it in character or not yet. So I need to get some information before I say anything that isn't true, that I would know to not be true.
It is to note, I believe I already mentioned it, but she's very friendly with the spirits. So I didn't exactly get to ask about her race, but she seemed to be able to at least see them and everything. And I did ask if she did anything to encourage the spirit to show up here, but apparently she did not. Besides the fact of her core energy growing and everything else like that. That's the theorize about it.
I'm gonna assume she's probably a type of demon. Though probably not a yokai. As yokais comes from Phoenix Drop originally.
Well,
Are you referring to Kristen?
Yes.
Oh, no. None of that.
isn't she an angel?
No.
Isn't that her statue out there with Zula by the garden, I thought?
Oh! That reminds me.
Oh, you
she
know
did
that
mention
Zula.
Zula, actually.
At least I asked the professor.
I'm gonna
I
wait
heard
a bit.
from others that they thought it was Mariah. It's not.
Oh. I asked
She
about
did mention Zula,
I asked about the
actually.
statues recently, so
Did she?
Yes, following up to her death. I can't properly recall it all, but she mentioned about Zula not caring really about her death for that regard. For when it came to Kristen's death. And that apparently it was one of the options that could happen, and that she decided to follow through with it.
I can double check and ask the professors if. Never mind. Professor,
I'm not sure I understand any
the
of that.
statues by the garden, what are they? Who are they? Just to double check.
She apparently looked with her oraclemancy about the possibilities
purple
of
and
the
yellow statue.
awakenings. And that she seemed to have
I
already
know it's
noted
the
about her
original
death.
Pandorian and Cinerary angels. I can't think of their name on top of my head.
She was similar to Mentos about
original
leaving
the
her
first
people would just
leaders.
rely on her too much if she stayed around.
Yes. Kristen was assumingly an angel if we're going off the statue in the garden, by the garden.
If you would like to believe that, you can certainly do so.
Whatever she has angelic wings on her, so. Although that could be misinterpretation on the statue, so apologies.
Unless she's a void dwelling, or void dweller, voidling, whatever exactly.
It's interesting to know that she foresaw her death.
Isn't that the point of oraclemancy? Future sight?
That is also something many banshees can do.
Not fully.
I know not fully, not directly, but it is an option of oraclemancy. Yes?
I'm
For
afraid I didn't
oraclemancy,
know. No, please go.
for oraclemancy to work correctly, you will never. If you pull a card that represents death, you never know if it could be yourself or somebody else. Same goes with the crystal ball. Oraclemancy
when she
can
made
only
this
go so
statement,
far.
when she made the statement, she was confirmed about her death. That's how much she seemed confident about it.
And then she must have been blooded in with the curse from oraclemancy.
Curse?
Yes. The more, let's just say, there's always a risk of doing oraclemancy. Some of the cards
the
will
more
even cost another's death, or your death.
The more you dive into it, the more risky it becomes.
I suppose that
Okay,
explains how
bye.
hard fought her death was.
That I think it's Omu. It was the scorpion beastskin swords.
Scorpions. I thought it almost
Omu is one of us.
a demon. Yes.
Not that one then. forget his name, but there was a scorpion beastkin that showed up. That was one of the students. They can take someone's mana veins of sorts, drink mana. I can't remember his name. Centipede? I think it might have been
That is
Centipede.
Omu. He is one of
That's
us.
off topic.
That's Omu. He's not a beastkin, yes.
Oh, apologies, Kokkuri and Aura.
Oh, I'm offended. I'm sitting right here and you forgot about me too.
Sorry, Professor.
Oh, go on. I'll just remember this.
Professor, please understand I'm having like 10,000 words going through my head at the same time. Again, I apologize.
There's much to think on and uncover.
Either way, no, was that all the information for now, yes?
I believe so, unless you all have any questions I can possibly answer.
I believe there's much I need to think back on and remind myself of.
And if that's it for now, I have a few things I need to get to before it gets too late. Thank you for getting me.
Thank you, Mel.
Yes.
Well then. I suppose I have a task now to attend to.
Make certain that the Mylings and other spirits are not throwing more things at people.
They're in the training yard.
Thank you, Professor.
So, I know I need to work on at least, fighting-wise, 2 passes, 2 defensive.
Do you use your shield defensively at all? I noticed that you had a nice shield.
Yeah. I hit with it sometimes, or...
That's a good start.
What was that? In, yo, to, sha, kai, jin, nets, sai, sen. In, yo, to, sha, kai, jin, nets, sai, sen. Greetings. Mm. Mm. I hope that you are not deceased. Mm. You understand me? You have quarreled with those here? Mm.
Fight.
This is really bad.
Are you serious?
I just need to kill it. I just boy.
Bitch. Where is it? Ooh.
What happened?
So we got a little bit of a potential problem for me. I might have my mouth got cut open right while I was fighting, and when I took the mask off, yeah, I just took my medication to try to calm me down, but
Are you asking me to heal you?
yeah, probably. I don't.
She'll start healing you. I'm not in my combat avatar, so no.
Down. Holds it down. That is enough. What is going on?
There's an infestation.
I'm just gonna hold it down. What infestation?
This is the third rat I've seen today. It has become an issue, and if you have an issue with it, Virtues gave me permission.
Makes me a little freaked out.
Yeah, none of the cats are here to help with it, so.
I'm holding it.
Is it dead? Oh, that's blood.
Not yet.
Oh shit, that's blood.
Bite.
What do you want to fucking bite?
Be careful.
Just run. Go.
No, they were just saying Cerise, the headmistress, and Q are not here
Grab
to
it.
help with
Are you
it.
alright?
And I'll be back.
Make sure to check
Oh,
with
yeah,
the
I'm fine.
Valkyrie. There could be a disease if they are being so aggressive.
Yeah. I'm staying away from over there right now. It's loud.
Gotcha.
I need to find some kind of like earplugs again.
I'm just here existing.
I'm gonna go back to the conversation I was a part of for a bit.
It is worrisome if there is suddenly an infestation in a place that can normally not be gotten to. Does that mean that creatures
Yeah,
are being
that's
allowed
more of a
in?
virtue. That's a more virtues question, to be honest.
Hmm. Greetings.
Breathing is loud, but of magic. Headache, I hear now.
I'm sorry. It's difficult to understand.
That loud, lot of magic. Headache, I hear now.
It can be quite loud in the arena.
Too much magic. Throw everywhere. Messy.
But that is what the barrier is for. To be certain that it does not get out.
Transparent wing flying again. There you go.
I do not know who the tall one is. Do you, Professor?
That's Misaki. She was in the Universal tournament.
Ah, I did not see her. It must have been before I arrived.
She says she is sister to white hair only outside though.
I thought the siblings of Koa.
Is he? I did not know that he had siblings. I had simply heard of his mother.
Apparently he has multiple siblings if I remember right.
I will try not to be too loud, but I will also need to practice.
Noise is an issue. It's too much magic over there. Epic. I see.
Visualize. Again. 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 Hello, Gummy. I've been attempting to make a change. I think I have started, but I cannot hold it. Told it would be better if I had other options. I'm trying to change it. It is not consistent. It is hard to visualize a difference in something I have used for so long. Again. Do it again. It does not hold for long. I may need to come back to it later. Have you been doing well? That is good. I do not know if you can be diseased, but do be careful of the rat creatures. I do not know if they are... Well, they mentioned rabies. I do not know if that is the case, but they do seem very aggressive. Can you be sickened in such a way? Do you know? I suppose it is best not to find out either way. There goes one. A spirit, not a rat. There have been many poltergeists and milings around. may see why there is a group gathered.
Some other matters back home. Of course, it's not them. That's not to say that they won't come back at a later time, but for the time being, they have matters at home that need to be addressed.
Oh, oh, they like my feathers.
Which sadly leaves.
Yeah, they went after my tail on Arlo's wings too.
Which sadly means that there's some spots open.
It's
and
nice,
because of
isn't
that.
You just see little stumps gently just adding the feathers.
Yes, the headmistress decided to open up applications and
hopefully more Ontarians.
We got a couple.
Hi, Gummy.
Another
so-
Oni would be great. I'm just saying. You know, that'd be cool. Like, really cool.
There's a few applications going, but we have to sift through all of them. Plus, keep in mind, that's only within like the first 24 hours we got them, and then
No, I know.
who
I'm
knows
just
if we're
saying
gonna get more
another
next
Oni would be
week,
kind
and
of
then
cool,
more than
and
week
I'd feel less
after, and
lonely.
the week after, and it's.
It would be nice to get more
Professor,
Onis,
didn't
yeah.
you decide to become a
Yeah,
professor?
I'm the only
Doesn't it kind of come with a job?
To do
Yes,
paperwork
it's
and all
one of
that.
those things. Well, don't get me wrong, I enjoy it.
Yes, it would be nice to have
but
other Onis.
the headmistress
Oh,
sometimes
kind
just
of,
makes sporadic decisions, and she just goes, well. It was more along the lines of like, well, we got spots open, so let's open up applications, and we're just like, okay, like.
Actually, is the headmistress so
She's-
unusual?
Yes, she ended up sending the letter to us, and well, it was more along the lines of she sent the letter with the usual wording of, in the sense of, well, I understand that some of you may not think we're ready for applications, but we should be good to go, and that's her professional speak for.
Yes.
That's her professional speak for. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. We are opening up applications. I'm like, oh, wonderful.
I kind of got that feeling from the wording.
I have a feeling it's because she's free to do meetings and talk to people instead of having to do paperwork now.
Yes, basically, now we have to sift through all the applications. But
I do
it's
wish you luck.
fine because. Thank you very much, Miss Kokkuri. Appreciate it. I will admit, I do like seeing the applications though because it's nice to see basically all the different walks of life. We've got, I know so far from what we got about 8 applications, and there was some from Ontario, I think one from, Bavaria, was it Wyvern or Wavarian? Well, I forgot how exactly it happened. I
Wyvern?
believe Wyvern, yeah.
Wyverian. That was Wyverian.
Yeah,
One
but the
from
culture and
one
everything, I guess, for the name.
one from I believe Mithens, I think. I can't quite remember.
Oh.
Oh,
I think we got
someone's
one
happy
from
about
Yanshi
that.
too, so we got
I was born in Mithens.
No, they are
quite
too,
alright.
actually. It seems.
Oh, hi! I keep forgetting you're behind me.
we got a few, so it's just a matter of essentially we have to now go through.
It is a circle. Perhaps you should join
Once
Gummy.
we close off the application window, then we have to sit through in our staff room and just basically be like, okay, this is the stack of applications for my household. This is for Sayori, Ironwood, and Virtues, and we have to basically look through them and be like, okay, is this, strong application, send it to at least how I handle it.
Nikos,
Okay, this
sorry
works,
for the
this
stuff dropping in our room
Yes.
yesterday.
all that kind of stuff.
I don't believe.
I was using Winhelm's
Cel-
pocket teleport to get stuff out of the field.
The other Gorogoro. Yeah, Celerin. He's not here today, is he?
No.
No,
he's resting.
Got it. I need to update
I heard
him
things were
on
very
our
difficult.
medical document for Valkyries
But I'm
because
glad
he's
people
not
managed to
there.
get back, alright?
Hello.
I can get you his information.
Hello.
That would be fantastic.
Of course.
If you want to
over
get
here.
a Because if you were to get a pyre, so you're not having to look up so high.
Oh no, I'm okay.
Okay.
We'll see.
I'm staying small today to conserve
Though,
mana.
sadly, I don't know any of the applications, though. I have not seen which ones are for the other households other than just anyone who has applied for my household. So, we'll see from there. Well, I got 2 who have applied for my household, that's it.
Fantastic.
Other than that, the rest have been either Cavalry, Valkyrie, or Vanguard. I know that
It would be difficult if there was a fifth house we did not know about.
Come again?
I would assume if they are not of our house, they would be a Valkyrie, Cavalry, a Vanguard.
Precisely.
Little do we know the headmistress has a house.
That is true, but no one is allowed to go there.
Technically, there's a unselected house. What was it called again?
Squire?
Squire,
yes. Squire just means that you're not sorted to a household, which means that you're the headmistress's problem.
Yeah, you see? There you go, that counts.
But when it comes to, I will admit, I'm impressed though. Out of the applications this time around, the Vanguard stat.
Do you know how to test people for?
Majority of them have been either Vanguard or Vanguard and.
I don't remember if you're Valkyrie.
I mean, I am Valkyrie.
Yeah, do you know how to test people for rabies?
There. Didn't Europa
Or
just
other
do that?
diseases?
There have been more.
No.
I got bit by
That was
another
this
rat.
morning. Yeah. I also
There have been many
accidentally
rodents.
swallowed.
It seemed very
I
aggressive.
accidentally swallowed a little bit of its blood. So I don't know if I got a disease.
More dirty.
What?
And it's gone.
I cannot die, so I shall make the world more dirty. The heck?
The rat should be a thing, but the ants made it not. Now more
Well,
dirty.
the rat is dead, so I don't.
They're part dragons.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're
the wings help.
Fontaine.
Yes.
Do not test people for rabies or other diseases.
Besides, like, drawing blood, I don't have any other means of that.
Oh, well, that's what they did earlier. They drew my blood and then tested.
Using what?
I'd be sorry if I ordered Jakuna aren't here.
It was probably the open wound.
Because I was busy on council business.
You could probably just go ask Europa again, because I don't have
sadly
the means
wasn't the one
myself.
that tested me. It was the teacher of the plague doctor mask.
Oh, wait, I thought the way he was talking about it, yes, Alphonse. Of course he would have a means to actually test it.
I'm allowed to teach medical here.
I
Give
have
me
not
one
seen him
sec.
lately.
Irenaeus. Alphonse.
Yeah, fluxed.
Oh my goodness.
You mean that Irenaeus?
Is there anyone else you have
Try
asked?
to tell him.
But yes, when it comes to medical stuff,
I can't teach it here. Because I mentioned nothing but genuinely.
Well, I mean, you are cavalry. You are not cavalry. Centurion.
no, it's because I'm.
You could see if anyone is in the clinic.
Starborn, so
It is
I
not
don't
being
know-
occupied any further.
I know Jack Squat of medical. There was one instance where, to best put it, way back when Holland used to be the Valkyrie professor, he got a little upset.
Arlo. Arlo.
I should probably do that.
I thought the Mao always makes great notes.
Yeah, no,
Hello.
what's his name? The
Greetings.
little boy said he was gonna get me the fucking notes.
Hey,
so-
Kokkuri.
Hello.
You've met Aki before, right?
I have not. I'm son Kokkuri.
I was in the tournament. Pleasure.
I
Pleasure
believe
to
I
meet
may
you.
have entered just after your matches.
Probably if you were in the 2v2s. I was in the
Indeed.
1v1s.
It is nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
It was quite an interesting match. I saw from afar.
Yeah,
Glad I
she
could
fought
give a
even
show.
fierce like that with the tournament with me. So glad to see nothing's really changed with that. I'm making.
Just endurance and defenses.
It doesn't help that I have a hard time listening to like lectures after 30 minutes. That's kind of my
I
problem.
mean, then just get notes and study that. Like, literally
That's
put
what
the
I'm
notes on
gonna
a wall
do.
while you're working
Do you know
out.
if anyone is in the clinic still?
That's what I'm gonna do.
I'm sorry?
Last I
Do you
checked,
know if
no
anyone
one's
is
in
in the
there when I was
clinic?
changing.
In the clinic? Not that I know of.
Menace
Everybody
was
who
seeking a
was
member of
dead.
Valkyrie to test for rabies.
Test for. Why the hell are you
She
looking
got
for
bit by a lot
rabies?
of rats today.
There have
He
been
got
an
bit by a lot of
infestation of
rats
rats.
today. That's kind of how the
Oh.
blood almost got on my face, because he crushed one and then blood splattered right next to my face.
Menace bit it.
I wouldn't even know. Arlo just passed me.
It's
saw
probably familiar
Percy had
rats,
found
seeing how
him.
so many of you fuckers have been getting
He was too
familiars. I've
fast.
been seeing that mana everywhere.
I ain't touching that.
I don't think
I
anybody's
ain't
in the
touching
clinic
that
right
with a
now,
10-foot
unfortunately.
pole. I mean, the one thing I'm working
I'll
on
see
is
if anyone else is around
I'm
then.
gonna have somebody carve a whole bunch of runes in my body.
I mean, if you don't find anybody
Yeah.
around
Extra stuff,
walking, I'll help you
potentially.
find them a little later.
Thank you.
Wouldn't be a bad idea for you with how much you get caved in.
I'm going to have to ask Alphonse or Virtues where in the world they
Couple more.
where they go
Huh.
stumbled upon that because
There you go.
that's
You
more
did find him.
questionable than this was their whole
Give me one more.
ordeal. I've been here at the school.
Alright.
I don't dabble with cursed objects. Alphonse is the only person
Anything
psychotic
that
enough to
is
actually
considered
deal with
poison should not be considered lethal, but I cannot, 100%
Regardless,
remove
he is
everything.
not a
but
true blood.
At least he won't die. Worst case
No, he is
scenario,
not.
I don't
you
care
might
what
be
he
a
did
little
to
ill.
his body, or what he's saying he did, or what he is. He is not. He fundamentally cannot.
Did his testing. Because
Exactly.
I can get a blood vial
And
now
yeah,
if you
sure.
want,
Hey,
but otherwise
it's more
I just have to
so
wait
he
for
just
Alphonse for his
has
testing.
how you have your wings and your eyes on them.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
aware he looks like one of us.
Yes, that's
It's
pretty
a
much all
leader
it
thing
is
to
fundamentally.
feed, that's
I
what I
don't
mean.
know
Yeah.
the ins and outs of
Otherwise,
more
I
detail, but
Can't do it here and will not do it here because it's the last place.
I'm not going to touch
I
that
do not have
only
a sterile
because I
environment.
don't
I'm
dabble
curious on
with
how
cursed things.
it works
Other
and everything, and that's
species,
why I'm curious.
I would say at this point, just
other
keep an eye
species have
on
been
symptoms.
attempting
If
to
they
try and imitate and
obviously
become
abnormal.
and create true bloods
I will have to
since
talk
we
to Blitz
first
because
arrived.
they would know Menace best.
It's of no
Yes,
surprise.
Obvious.
However, what is of surprise is that is he even telling people he's actually an angel?
Greetings again. Wish to meditate nearby if that is all right. Sha, Kai, Jin, It's, Zai, Zen. Hitotsu no kotoba wa yume, nemuri no naka kara, mune no oku no kurayami wo soto sure dasu no. Futatsu me no kotoba wa kaze yuku te wo oshiete. Kami sama no ude no naka e tsubasa o aoru no. Togete ita kanashi koto o kazoeru yo ni, kiniro no ni ko ga mata hitotsu ochiru. Atta hitotsu no inochi ni tsunaru o oshiete. Atta hitotsu no inochi ni tsueru no aoru.
That sounded really nice.
Greetings, Harlow.
Greetings. I hope I'm not intruding. I'm sorry.
No. I was just returning the purified mana back to the world.
Is that why you were singing?
It is a song of gleaning.
You returned them to the cycle, as you say it?
Yes. Once the mana is properly purified in the shrine, it is good to release it back to the core and send off the spirits properly.
And how are you feeling?
I am alright.
No offense, your silence, or should I say hesitation, kinda concerns me. Are you sure? I won't pry, but you were kinda hesitant.
It is mostly that I am uncertain how to explain the type of alright in a way that would be, I suppose, interesting for you. So I fell back on the regular
Well,
words.
It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what you think. It's your emotions. Do you feel sad? Angry?
No.
Regret?
Nothing right now.
Fair enough. I won't pry.
Mm. Mm. All I know is that the more information we gather, the sooner we can deal with this and stop this particular cycle from continuing. The mass exodus of spirits here.
Yeah, we're getting closer.
I do hope so.
I'm confident to say that I think we're getting closer or something. We had a little talk with Songbird. Can't really say much about it, but we definitely got a lot of information.
I did hear some. It is the matter of processing properly. And seeing what is useful and what has been confused.
Depends on what you think is useful. That's the issue.
That will differ among many, despite...
Exactly.
Based on what they know.
I agree.
Many things that I have heard, I am uncertain whether I heard them properly, because some seem to be impossible, or everything that I knew was impossible until now.
Would it really be considered impossible then?
I suppose that is true. It is a matter of thinking back and figuring out whether I am remembering things correctly, or whether cosmic forces have changed my outlook or distorted them somewhat. I will have to meditate on it.
Sounds like you're overthinking it just a little bit. But I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure.
I suppose that is to be decided. I will see what I can consider from meditation. Whether it...
Understood.
Allows me to process things better.
How does one meditate?
I am told that there are many different ways.
How do you do it?
I follow the things that I was taught from my elders. To find a place to ground yourself. And then simply consider what your mind is full of. From there, you create a space within your own mind and organize
clear
things.
it out?
Yes.
I see.
You can picture a canvas like a picture, like art, or perhaps an ocean.
I understand. Ooh, okay. Yeah. I understand both of those, yeah.
You visualize everything that has cluttered the canvas or been lost in the waves. And then you picture it being painted over, or the waves calming down slowly until you just have white. From there you can reorganize. Sometimes you find things that you thought were lost, or that you did not realize you still had.
I see.
But that can differ for many people, I am told. It is whatever helps you relax and helps you reconsider everything that you've heard recently or perhaps in the past.
Hmm.
In doing so, perhaps you receive enlightenment. Perhaps you can connect to the cycle. And with it all the knowledge that it obtains.
Maybe. I don't know.
Hmm.
I might try it.
I believe many here would benefit. I have been showing some. You are welcome to join.
Where?
We have gone many places, though unfortunately there is not as much space as I am used to within the academy. But I either come here.
Not enough space.
I come here, I go to the ritual room, I go to the library, I go to other various hills. Everywhere that it is allowed, and that it is quiet and peaceful.
Ah, okay.
Sometimes it is good to surround yourself with something different. After a while, you become tethered to a place too much.
A change of scenery.
It helps me, at least. It is a way to... I suppose the word is... reconnect with myself before I entered this academy. There was always someplace new.
I see. And that's when you when you're in Israel?
Israel was just one stop. We always traveled.
Where were you before that?
I parted ways with my mother and father and the rest of the order within Phoenix Drop. Though we have traveled many places. At least
You're
all that
from
we are
Phoenix
allowed.
Drop?
No. We have always wandered. We are nomadic. We go where the spirits are, where they need us. It is somewhat strange to see all these people who have a set home to go to, sending letters and whatnot. I have given some to Mal. I do not know whether he is able to find them at this point. It has been too long. He said he would be willing to try at least.
Have you talked to him about that?
Yes. I've given him my last letter, though I may need to write another. Given what I have heard about the oraclemancy, my mother uses it. She may have some knowledge that I do not.
Don't you use that too a little bit, though?
I have never quite understood it as much as my mother has. I have attempted to learn.
Okay.
I understand the theories. All that I can glean, I learned from spirits. That is not exactly the same.
No, it's not.
But I am hoping that she may have some enlightenment on recent events. I believe she would wish to know as much as I do. Perhaps more so.
Were you close with your family? By chance?
Considering we do not have a set place to go, we only have had each other. follow the same path. We respect each other in that.
That's good enough in my book.
Technically, all of the Order would be considered my family. It is why I am named such.
Really?
Most of the Order are yokai like myself. With a few others, my father is new. But he was welcomed, given his connection and his understanding of the spirits. But it is tradition that those of the three sages guide those and are welcoming to all. They have the wisdom to do so. There are several members within our order. I do not know if you know of the three sages of yokai.
I don't.
They are considered the eldest kinds, the ones that first walked this world, and bring us wisdom because of it. The kitsune, the tengu, and the tanuki. Therefore we call them the three sages. They tend to be leaders, wise ones, those that help others. And due to
Like
that
a council?
Yes, to an extent.
Right.
Generally, when one is particularly helped in their life, or their family is helped by one of those three, they honor them, either within their own name or within the names of their children. There was at least one of all three that I am close to.
She'll just start drawing a few symbols in the dirt.
It is a symbol for the kitsune, the tengu, and the tanuki.
Oh, okay.
The symbols themselves can be used in words. Ko, ku, ri.
Those are words?
They are simply part of the language on their own, but the symbols themselves have meaning. So we incorporate them into ours when we believe at least one of them should be honored.
Which one? Or is it all of them that are honored?
In a sense, it is all, but there are specific ones for me, though you would not know them.
Probably not.
But they know who they are, and that is what is important. And others know that we have connection. I believe the same can be said of Saori-sensei, and most probably Ora.
Bye, Amu. Bye, Amu. Here.
Saori-sensei most probably has a tanuki within her background. Lee.
Ah. Okay. I think I understand a little bit. Interesting.
Ora's last name also contains two of the characters. The Tengu is understandable, but her family must have been helped by Tanuki as well. Kuragari.
family is not something I'm used to.
You are not close to yours.
My family didn't care about me. I was an asset.
I am sorry to
Just
hear.
someone who knows how to brew wine and alcohol, and that's about it. No one would talk to me unless they were paid to do so.
Hmm. I see. That is unfortunate.
Thank you.
Mm.
You just saw me when I first came in here. Stuttering, couldn't even say a single curse word if my life depended on it.
Mm.
No confidence. I've improved so much being here. This is my family.
I see why you are so swift to form those connections then. You are always asking everyone how they are.
I want to help everyone.
Mm.
It's my greatest strength and my greatest weakness.
Mm. Because you cannot help those who do not wish it.
That, or just, there's times I just can't.
Hmm.
I've been told this several times by professors, headmistress, and a few friends, but I can't stand and do nothing. If there's a way I can save a life, I'm gonna do it.
Hmm.
I don't want anyone to go through what I did or worse. No one deserves a second chance.
Hmm.
Life's not bad.
It is not.
It's a virtue. I don't think so. It shapes you how you be stronger. And I haven't been at home in... What year is this? Year and a half?
Hmm. And perhaps that is for the best, because it does not seem to be your home.
Mithens is my home, but that place I lived in isn't.
You find connection to the location without the connection to the people there.
In a way.
Hmm.
I was born and raised in Mithens.
Hmm.
I hardly left the country until... Well... I got chosen to be here.
Hmm.
And selected by the headmistress herself. I took it. And I was fucking scared.
Hmm. I suppose it is the question of whether you found connection with the land itself because of that. Well, because you enjoyed it, or because you were afraid of change.
It's because I know I'm cared for here, legitly.
That was what
That
scared
I'm
you.
praised for... I'm praised for the work I do and not get yelled at for the things I've done wrong. I have friends
Oh, Goose, thank you so much for the read.
people
Hi.
that are close to me where
How y'all doing? How's
they
your
are
stream?
patient and not get angry at me or threaten me. I felt like when I was with my family, it was nothing. And now here, I'm a representative of the Valkyrie house. That still wraps in my head.
So you have seen none of that here.
Yeah. I've seen a lot. Out there, and here. Even now, I'm still seeing stuff.
If you did see
The
such
moment we go out and have
terrible
a real
things
mission,
here,
I'm scared.
would you be
What do you
certain to
mean?
stop them?
Within the best of my abilities. I'm a Valkyrie. My job is to help and support everyone I can. Whether if it's healing and doing medical, or
Good,
on the
have fun,
battlefield
good.
trying to help my fellow comrades. That's kind of why I participated in the tournament in the 1v1s. I kind of meant to be in the 2v2s, but I couldn't find a partner, actually. And I didn't think I made it to 4th place in the 1v1, so I'm proud of it. It shows how much I've grown, and that's what I wanted to see. That's why I joined. I want to see how much I've grown and what I can do better on. Oh, I thought I heard something. Must be a squirrel or something, I don't know.
Do be careful of the rats.
Conflicted because I was told to kill them, that after one time where one rat nearly died, I had to heal it.
Unfortunately,
great?
many of them have seemed to be aggressive.
I've noticed. But I don't know if it's fear or just territorial or just they want to.
Or perhaps disease, considering you were healing Menace.
Well, I took precautionary, but I don't think they're diseased. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't think most of them are diseased. I just don't think they like being picked up.
The last one I saw had not been picked up as far as I know. It was simply aggressive, and it lunged.
I see.
I had to hold it down eventually.
Yeah, that might be just rude, but I don't think they're contagious. But if so, I know how to deal with it.
If that is the case, they
Well.
would still need to be cleansed. It is unfortunate, but corruption can come into anything in this world.
Yeah. But we have professors to help with that.
Unfortunately, even some of the professors have seemed to be corrupted. I am concerned for them.
Wait, who?
I was at least told that Professor Alphonse had been connected to curses. That is one way of corrupting the monarch. Those that have
Did
been
you
cursed.
see his new form?
Yes. Those that have been cursed have a higher
Yeah.
risk of becoming a spirit, especially one of malevolence.
Are you concerned that Professor Alphonse might be a malevolent spirit when he, passes away?
It is a potential, yes.
That's concerning.
I'm hoping it can be properly purified before then.
Hopefully. But I'm gonna have confidence say we got this. I hope.
It is hoped, yes. I wish you on your path at least. Getting stronger, helping people.
Yeah, I'm still learning. Love seems to be the next thing I'm trying to understand. But that's a whole different topic.
There is always
I'd
something
rather
to
try to
understand.
focus on...
That is the purpose of being in this world.
True. Get a point. I just don't want to focus on that one subject where I can focus on others.
There is time.
Like helping people. I hope you're right.
Understanding such things is a means to help others. Do not get so focused on helping one aspect that you forget.
What do you think about love?
It is a powerful emotion. It can destroy someone.
Yeah.
It can also change them for the better.
What if you don't know?
We are not supposed to know until it happens.
Fair enough.
But if we are not meant to feel certain things, they would not be a part of us. The cycle would not continue with them. They are learned from.
What do you mean? If I may ask.
Given that spirits are created by being tied here by certain emotions with their mana, it is to be expected that it is a powerful force. To learn from it, to eventually find its purest form, and bring that understanding back to the core. That is at least what I believe the purpose is of continuing the cycle over and over. Each life brings experiences, emotions, and learning from it. If you have not found control over those emotions in your lifetime, if they are too strong at the end, you cannot pass over yet. You must learn how to control them. You learn how to accept them.
I can agree with that. Then I guess let me go a step further. When you have to make a choice but you don't exactly know what to do, how do you know to find the answer?
There are tools to be had. There is the knowledge of those that have come before, whether through speaking with the elders or reading tomes, learning from professors. There's the occasional thing like oraclemancy, which can give you at least some enlightenment, though it does not give you the pure answer. It would be too easy otherwise.
Yeah.
I'll help.
Definitely give me some food for thought.
But you do not know the correct answer. If everyone did at the very beginning, there would be no reason to learn.
That's true. We can't argue that.
Therefore, the cycle would not
Okay.
continue.
I think I understand now, at least a little bit. Thanks for talking with me and listening.
Likewise.
I mean, I'm always here. I'm gonna go down and check everyone down in the arena, and vice versa.
Indeed.
Maybe we should socialize or call it a night.
I will see who is around. It was surprising to see Omu. I had not seen him for some time.
He doesn't come around often.
Until later, Arlo. They love to run away from me. Hey, Tanner. It's the bad end run of the rat family. There's one left. Hey, the one she saw was just like immediately aggressive. It was like, oh no, they might be sick. This is Mercy. If it's between an ally and a rat that may be sick, she's gonna go for the ally. Also, the fact that she didn't know that just random animals could come in.
Okay, question number one. What do you think happens when somebody eats a lot of mana and it's all inside their body and it all congests into one thing?
I don't have time for riddles.
It's called physical resistance and physical strength.
This could all be done simply if you just tell me your name.
Or you can leave me alone and I can move on with my day.
Is everything all right? Xaliel.
Do you know this person's name? He refuses to give it to me, and I refuse to accept that he might be an intruder.
He is not an intruder. I have met him before.
Then what is his name?
See?
Is that something I am allowed to say? Oh,
I mean, if you know it, go ahead.
this is Omu. He is one of my kind. Oh.
Okay, that's not his name.
So now you're denying their knowledge? You're just saying that they're lying?
I asked for a name.
Yes.
You're not giving me one.
His name is Omu.
Yeah, they gave you my name.
Thank you. That's all I needed.
Are you alright?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I make sure to eat up. Not like he can do much. It's only gonna be scratches, and that heals up, and then nothing.
It is worrisome to simply go attacking. Oh.
I'll just report it to Fontaine, because he's a student of virtue, and Fontaine's definitely not going to be happy that, oh look, a student just attacked a random other student for not simply giving a name. That can be a him problem. I don't have to give two shits.
It is unfortunate that Exaliel is quite swift with words and actions, apparently. Oh.
Fuck. I just want to deal with this fucking headache right now.
Have you
Also,
been to
there's
the
a
clinic?
random like crystal. I can go there in a sec. But there's like a random crystal behind one of the plants in the library.
Yeah, and one of the plants.
Do you know anything about it?
I have been in the library frequently. I am uncertain what is different, however, considering I am still new.
I can show you. Well, I don't know how long it's been there. I just saw it today and I was like, that's interesting.
It is honestly unexpected. It has been some time.
Yeah, right up here. Hey.
Ah, so there is.
Oh, there by chance, and well, I don't know what it is.
Apparently, it does
You
not
good over there?
allow one to get close.
Oh, plant's kind of in the way.
I wonder if it is to keep the plant intact. Are there no others?
No, there's no other like that. I checked all the plants on the second floor. I have to check the ones on the first floor, but there's not many of them. And I doubt they do. Yeah, because this one doesn't.
I suppose that would be a question for Professor Fontaine.
Yeah, since it is his area. Oh my god.
I had not been looking behind the plants. I'd simply been keeping an eye on the artifact room.
I just noticed it by chance. So out of in the world.
Have you been doing well?
I hope you're dead. Oh yeah, I've been doing alright. I make sure to feed the dragon every week. Up that fucking hill every goddamn time.
We did see. I've been attempting to bring offerings as well.
Just bring a basket of fruits and veggies and they're set.
I tend to bring some fruit, especially when I meditate.
That's good to hear. I don't know what's up with me.
The last I saw Professor Fontaine was out by the training area.
I can always go ask him.
Oh, if it is, yeah, because their familiars were just like running around
Fucking
the
dicks.
garden, and then one of them bit me.
Yeah.
Is Professor Fontaine still around?
I don't know.
Hmm.
He's around.
You bitch, stay still.
I'm very confused.
Wait, you have strings. You have strings.
Oh.
Stay still.
Is she claiming? Yeah, she's claiming on Omu. Okay.
What is happening?
Hi there.
Hi.
We need to.
She's small.
I have wild magic to make me small.
Of today.
On runic paper.
Right? Only saving grace of today?
Great.
Was Aki and
Oh, have you
Aki
met
being
Kokkuri, our other yokai?
With the rats ruined the big
Yeah, I talked to them. Actually,
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
so
looking
proud
for-
of you.
We
What are you looking for?
I'm still
Fontaine.
here.
When we couldn't do
Oh, it's probably inside.
Yeah, try his office.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a weird crystal
Oh,
behind
I'll
one
go
of the
back there.
plants.
I didn't like how the
I gotta say, I don't know how I'm
Oh.
supposed to react. Why is today being the strangest?
That was really.
Because we
Today's the day.
exist.
Today's a day.
Well,
I don't
I find a weird crystal behind a plant. I get attacked by another student, and
I
I
didn't
don't
attack
have
you.
this.
Excuse me?
No.
Who attacked you?
Some
Azalea.
I don't know person. They
Azalea
were-
thought he was an intruder.
They know the name,
Ah.
which is
Oh.
a joke.
He has the uniform
Hmm.
and a pin.
Hmm.
Whoops.
The best he did was scratch my arm. Of course, he did try to shove his sword down my throat. That was a fun time.
Hmm.
The fuck?
You're very weird looking at you from down here.
The size thing.
Chitsure.
Yeah, I'm used to being taller than you.
Yeah, that's true.
See how does it feel?
Hello. Hurts my neck.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
go to Fontaine now.
So I'm used to it.
Have
Fun
fun.
with your
You what?
I got
whatever.
trapped like this. I didn't have a choice in the matter.
Good luck.
You're hurting your neck
Here,
making
Omu.
love with people?
You have been
And you're
identified, by the way.
Oh my god. Anyway, so fucking.
He could potentially be in his office, or possibly speaking to Professor Virtues. Hmm.
Library. That's he apparently in his office.
Hmm.
I'm on the wrong side. Hold on.
Both sides work.
No, it's this way.
Hmm.
Professor Fontaine?
Hmm.
Oh, well, he ain't here. Hey.
Hmm.
Oh, God damn it. God damn.
Hmm. Professor Virtues? Apologies. Not the clinic or the ritual room.
You find them?
Not yet. I was in the Grand Hall earlier and did not see him, but... Perhaps the common room.
I doubt he'd be in the dorms. I don't know. Maybe he's wandering around outside somewhere.
That is also possible. If he is not, I will try out there as well.
I'm not seeing him, so I don't know where he disappeared to.
Perhaps he has retired for the night.
Maybe. I have no clue. I don't keep track of anybody anymore.
Nice. I have so many fucking yawns.
God damn, am I cursed or something? What the hell?
Hey, you're up, I go.
Would it be best to make certain that you are not?
Huh?
Make certain that you are not cursed. There have been several rats around. They may have brought disease or curse. They were very aggressive. I did not know that such animals can suddenly appear within the barrier.
I have no idea anymore. I don't come out as much.
Wilhelm,
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
have you seen Professor Fontaine at all?
Nope. Maybe their office?
It was already checked. He does not seem to be inside.
Strange.
Hopefully there has not been more rats.
Looking for them?
With myself and Omu, yes. Given the curiosities within the library.
Oh, curiosities? What's been happening?
There is a strange crystal behind one of the plants. I do not know if it has been there before.
No. That's, that would be understandable. Not too sure.
Considering it is within the library, he
fine.
must probably knows.
I'm not too sure where he would be. But,
I'll keep looking.
yeah.
What are you looking for?
Professor Fontaine.
Last I heard it was office, but I don't know how long I heard that.
We have just checked. We checked almost everywhere inside besides individual dorms.
He wasn't at the garden area or the forge.
Have you seen Sayori-sensei?
Who?
Saori.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Professor Saori.
Oh, Sayori. Not for a while, no.
I did see her come through. I do not know where she went. I'll continue looking. Thank
I
you,
wish you
Anna.
luck. Of course.
Oh shit, hey, I just realized it's past midnight, therefore it's my birthday, yay! Start to a birthday searching for people. The tried and true tradition. Oh, thank you so much. Besides playing stupid games, yep. I just saw that.
I will say, after this one, I do suggest a. This is one where it's more of a. At least I'll suggest a Sayori regardless. It's more of the case. Selecting specific people that will have experience. I have more than enough experience, but that makes me, for a normal game, a high candidate. However, I don't need this practice.
Because I've just bullshitted every single statement I've said to her.
She should find a more reliable source of information for it then.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm.
Chaos, thank you so much for the 5 subs. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, Kokkuri.
Greetings. May I ask if you have seen any of the professors around?
The only last one I've seen was Virtues, and he was over there, and then he got stolen by like 5 other people. So
that does
I'm
make
not
sense.
sure where he may be at the moment.
It is
But you
appreciated.
might get lucky if you run around saying his name enough. He may appear. I've noticed that and him and Fontaine.
I'm
Actually,
hoping
they're the only 2
Professor
professors
Fontaine.
I've seen today.
Hmm.
I haven't seen any others. Just some.
Sayori
Oh wait, no, I
Sensei.
saw Alphonse for like a minute.
Hmm.
Probably even like 30 seconds, like at the start of the morning.
As
I
did
think that's about it.
I've not seen him for some time. But Sayori Sensei has been around. I'm surprised I've not found her.
But then again, most of the time I don't see her, so.
I apologize. I did not mean
Good
to
luck
take
on
you.
your search.
Thank you.
No, you're fine. I'm going that way anyways too, so.
Perhaps he has returned to his office.
Something at library.
I'm guessing you haven't found him?
Not yet.
He's probably retiring somewhere. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Or out on an adventure.
That is true. I have not tried the method of calling out his name.
Saying it 3 times in a dark room.
Is that truly the ritual? You are the second person to say so.
Cube?
Have you seen Cube?
Who is that?
Not recently.
The slime
red
that's red.
slime.
Hmm.
He has
Could it be the
white hair.
person who was
The
in
last
the
I saw,
library?
he was with
I don't
Europa,
know.
but then I saw Europa without him later. Hmm. Perhaps also the dorms.
I don't know.
Hmm.
Look, you're doing better than last I saw you,
Hmm.
or last we talked.
Yes. I'm keeping more control now.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Hmm. Though it is unfortunate
Carrie
that I
life
would
been
have too
treating you
much
well?
For the most part. Aside from still being very unsure about what is going on. At least with regards to this cult.
Things happen. Like you get swept up in it, or certain groups go off and have an adventure, or who knows.
I do not
The
know if
best
it
we
works
can
the
do
same.
is try to keep our ear to the ground.
I have simply been doing what I am used to doing here, at least with the mass amount of spirits that have arrived recently. Gleaning those that I can, trying to learn. Keeping as many as
If
I can
there's a
from the
rabbit,
ritual room.
if there's a rabbit named Campbell, ignore him. Just stay away from him.
A rabbit named
He is an
Campbell.
annoying son of a bitch.
I've seen no rabbits, simply rats today.
Okay, well, it's a spirit first and foremost, so it's not like anyone else is gonna see him, but he's going to annoy the hell out of you. Most likely talking about soup.
I will keep that in mind. Though many of the spirits here have been able to manifest.
Yeah, it's a unique place.
There is much mana in the ambient air. Or perhaps simply from the core itself. Those that travel great distances and refound themselves here.
Or a lot of them came from here, so, Where else will they go but here?
Most recently has been from Israel and some from Mithans.
Oh, that's fun. Yay, more shit happening down there.
Apparently many from Israel have been, or were told to come here.
I'm okay.
As a safe place.
You spooked me a bit, 'cause I thought I was gonna land head first into that.
I'll sneak out at some point, I don't know.
Suppose they did not find them.
You having fun?
Kind of. You know, if my head doesn't kill me, yeah, I'm having a good time.
Good to hear. Oh.
I am existing. Ow.
Everyone does love to run on the free day.
Yeah.
Owie. Not go down.
You good over there?
I fell. I'm good.
I can tell you felled.
I slipped down the stairs.
I actually prefer taking the stairs for once.
Oh, hand. Come here.
Huh?
Understand anything?
Okay. Yeah, that's doable. That works. That works perfectly fine. Okay, yeah, that's
So much different when you're tiny, right?
Is it?
It's definitely different, yeah.
Oh, Europa's still tiny.
They haven't asked me to dispel it yet. I actively told them, let me get over there, and they said no, not yet.
Everything's so different.
Having fun.
I still have 2 more papers to make people tiny for the day.
That's great. I'm gonna go on a walk.
Is it fun?
It's
enlightening is good.
I feel far more sympathetic to those who have to sit down to talk to now.
Empathy is
You
also
understand
good.
our neck pain.
Yeah,
What?
definitely. Being eye to eye with you is very strange.
That's why you constantly see me rolling my neck.
I'm so sorry. I knew this would be coming up at some point. If I could change it, I would. I really would. I really would. Oh,
I'll go.
okay.
Would I be allowed to try? I'm curious.
Yeah. I had leftover papers from our mission to shrink supplies down for the day. So these don't actually use any magic for me.
That is useful. That is useful.
It will last for a full day unless I manually dispel it, though, so... Oh my god, your flame's so big.
Kokkuri, do not look up.
I will attempt not to.
Your light is so big.
I do not know whether I would be able to shrink it at all. So I suppose that is to be expected.
I mean, it's sort of similar to how you still produce the same amount of mist, cloud, gas.
Kinda.
That was bright.
It is strange to have to look down, when the point is to look up.
If my wings worked, I would do that. Mine are too weak.
I don't have wings. I usually just jump.
I haven't. I just realized. Imagine the view from on top of the hill by the dragon down to the school. At this size.
At my size, it's very underwhelming.
Like I said, I
You
actually
should
haven't
try
even gone up
walking
the
around
hill.
the academy at my height for a day. It's debilitating, to say the least.
It's generally a good
That's
experience
gonna
of
be
a
a
normal
great
height.
way.
The ledge would be quite interesting in this.
Be a good way to train my mana, actually, just staking big for a day.
3 meters is a lot, but have fun banging your head on that thing every single class.
I imagine that sucks. I mean,
Every
I feel
doorway.
the pipes.
Every single doorway. You're not allowed to use the stairs because you bang your head on the stairs.
Have you been going up and down the
The
stairs
only
then while you
door.
can?
It's different on these stairs, I think. A lot scarier using the stairs than I once thought.
I'm curious how this fucking looks. I'm sorry, you can't see.
Sometimes if you're going up them too quickly, climbing too quick, I've slipped off them before.
I don't think I want to do that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, there's still... What other sites are good here? We should definitely try the... dragon. That's usually where that's where I used to do my daily prayers before I moved to the ritual room.
Some other interesting ones that might be different for you to see are like the classrooms and such, too.
Oh, I have to see this.
Quite fast.
Oh yeah, it's... From what I've noticed, the amount of energy you exert, speed, magic, all that stays the same. It's just less requirement because you're so much tinier. We haven't actually tested and watched people's mana to see, but for me, my mana circulation's so much less. Knife. Ow.
Don't stab me!
Don't kick me.
Thank you, Lord. Don't stab me! Did you do something?
What's the? Oh, you get the.
I'm gonna show you.
Looking at her flame.
We can
I'm
use this
stuck.
to sneak around. Are there more? I don't want to share. In the nicest way I can say is, I don't want to share a rock with you, or else I would get gassed out.
Wait, if I enchant my fog, it would be fine.
I guess that would work.
Is
Just
nature
sneak
your
around.
only type of magic?
What's going on now?
If you exclude wild magic, yes. It's fine. We can grab
No,
rocks. We'll sneak
hit me.
around. We'll grab.
Okay.
With your magic.
Oh, sorry.
The smoke around
I'll just be here.
bluish.
Cube! I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. Come here.
How are we gonna tell where we're going if we have it down constantly?
So much for your choice.
We're fine.
I'm crawling down the rocks.
Let's go to the kitchen. This way.
More rocks.
Oh, fuck. Oh, this is the rest of my night, guys. Shit. I'm always going to do that so I don't hurt my hands. We're just here now. This is our life. I'm paramedicing to snap you out of the brightness. I'm sorry.
That tiny Kokkuri?
Damn, the ADHD is strong though.
I find it funny that, despite your size, your flame stayed just as bright.
Oh no, wait. Oh no, they're looking up, Nikos.
What? Why are they looking?
Think fuck.
Oh
No.
fuck!
I can't.
Oh no!
Um.
Oh, they're distracted by their own light, aren't they?
Yeah, and I don't.
Where's Nako?
No, I
Where's
try.
Nako? Nako can dispel them. Find Nako.
Give me a
Get the
second.
library.
You go physically. I'll.
It'll literally just stick there. I can't dispel it. It's on there for a day. Bless you, Mel. Fucking bless you, Mel. At least I'm looking up.
They're probably in the classroom. Hold on.
They're not. They're outside, I think. I think literally just one of them could cover their eyes real quick. Cover her eyes.
Oh frick.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, hey, Doc. How you doing?
Give me a second. Stay here if you don't mind.
I'll stay with them. Shit.
Sorry.
Okay.
Menace just had to.
God.
Menace just had to
Oh,
kick.
physiology. Oh no. You know where Nako is, Arlo?
Who?
Nako, moth. Kind of really fluffy, pinkish. Fuck. Okay.
No.
Because of Kokkuri being smallified by the paper.
Okay, I know where they are now. Thank you, Win.
Go get them.
Yeah.
Since they're a moth, they're distracted by their own flame, and they're entranced right now. So we're trying
They
to get
look up.
Nako to We're trying to get Nako to dispel the shrinkify spell. Or
Yeah,
rune
they
paper.
warned her not to look up, but all right. That's fair.
Miles getting Nako. I'm watching them.
What's happening? Why are you getting knocked out?
Kokkuri's distracted by their own light. They're entranced right now. So Nako's gonna. I'm having Nako unshrinkify them so they can get out of their trance. So I'm watching them. Make sure they're okay.
My god.
How's the new familiar, by the way?
It's good.
Good.
He just called her pathetic.
Oh, that's right. They can speak to you. I forget that detail.
What do you say about Nikos?
Oh boy.
A strange creature.
I'll take it. I am a creature of sorts.
I have the room paper
Okay.
from Nako.
Okay.
And I just need to tap this onto Kokkuri.
Oh, Nako can't make it here to undo their spell.
Apparently they just gave me that, so I'm gonna get really down low here. Oh gosh, okay, hang on, we have to get lower.
Yeah, just be careful, please. I don't
What
burn
a-
yourself.
Menace, do you have any adversary to fire?
Any what?
Adversary against
water?
flame. Well, this is. I don't know what it is, but if it is, you know what? Let's go with it. Okay. I'm gonna approach down below, really low, and go for their ankle here. Tap. And now I should dispel that.
There you go.
Hey, Kokkuri.
Greetings. Oh.
You okay?
I was told it would last a day.
You were entranced
Yeah,
with your light, so we unspellified you early.
I saw a giant boot kicking, and I looked up.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
me.
you were completely enamored by your flamed air, Kokkuri.
It
And
unfortunately
almost
happens.
encompassed by it, actually.
Yes, I was told it was quite big. I suppose that makes sense. It would not change with size. It is not of the body.
Does it actually burn, by the way? I didn't actually want to ever test that, so...
I am told no, but it does disrupt. But it only disrupts me.
Still rather... Oh, right, they were getting rocks.
You're up, I can see your legs still.
Yeah.
Stop tilting your rock!
And they know there's smoke plumes out from underneath, right?
I don't know.
I don't think they do.
That is appreciated. I do not know how long I was staring.
We just didn't want to leave you there, so...
I'm sure the body would also feel sore if it was elongated hours, unless you have been left like that long.
The longest I recall is about... they said it was about 3 hours. I do not know
You've
for
been
certain
shrunk
before I was
before?
found. Not shrunk, no.
No, the position of looking up
Oh,
like that.
staring at a light, okay.
Generally, I would be with a partner. So they would be able to recognize.
Fair enough. We're glad you're okay.
It is appreciated.
Kokkuri, you have the full name of one of the people that was part of your nomadic tribe, right? Context. Sending spell, I think, is something Virtues knows, or maybe the other professors. I was going to set up to make sure you at least can get your letters there. As I'm unsure if they ever found your tribe, but I do hear they go place to place, so...
That is true. And yes, we do have a
Yes, I believe.
family name.
Yes, I believe a sending stone can be sent to a person specific if you know their exact name. So.
I've been attempting to contact my parents. San Mikame, San Garen.
Okay. I just want to make sure your letters always arrive there. I do what I can, but...
It is appreciated now.
Unfortunately, like you said, I can't...
Though given the current information, I may have to add another letter to that. My mother may be quite interested in the type of orcomancy used.
it's late now. We didn't get to ask the professors about the one spirit.
We did not.
Oh well, another time.
Everyone else is outside, I believe.
At this point, I've been searching for Professor Fontaine.
I have a funny feeling. Funny feeling if you mention his name a couple times around where he has ruins, he'll pop up.
You are the third person to tell me this. I did not know it was a ritual. I do not know where his runes are.
It's not a ritual. He has it in major areas to teleport. It's how he gets around, like in the courtyard, not the courtyard, the training field. Sometimes if he's not busy, he'll show up. But he mentioned having to do paperwork, but he might use it as an excuse to get away from paperwork.
That is understandable. Simply want to make certain that the crystal in the library is something that he knows about.
Is it underneath the table?
It is behind a plant.
Yes, he's aware of
There's
that one
also-
too, actually.
Yes, there's a couple in there.
Omu had been uncertain and I had not seen it before.
It's something for the Vanguard. It's how they get into their secret room is Virtues explained it, I believe. Right, Mel? I'm not misremembering.
Yes.
Within the library?
Yeah, no, it's nothing of it's nothing to worry about.
That is good to know. I will still need to speak with him about what happened with Omu, however.
Of course. Look at the big man. Look at the big man that finally did it.
Oh, B.O. told you.
Existence
I
has-
heard B.O. calling Wilhelm.
Oh, man.
Did you shrink as well?
No.
I feel like
Personal story.
Very well.
Kokkuri, did you ever end up picking out the thing you was asking about the rats?
Arlo was able to at least look at Menace and make certain there was nothing diseased in him.
Oh, thankfully.
Still do not know if the rats were diseased in the first place. Hopefully they saved the remains to test. There may be more around.
How about stuff with the spirits? I know there's been a lot today, and I hope you're not overdoing it, you know?
I'm attempting not to. I've simply been keeping an eye on them. Most of them simply seem like poltergeists or mylings. They're getting out their mischief. No one has at least said that they've been harmed.
And by the way, Stone.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna talk to you too. So you go ahead.
I wanted to ask, was there any questions asked before I showed up?
There was a couple more about people trying to inquire about some of the visions, like what actually happened to them, but kind of the same thing. She started going on about the vial. It was more about Songbird before you got in there. I actually asked the trigger question that brought out Is Kokkuri caught up on the information?
Mm.
Yes, actually, she was part of the
Yes.
group of people I
Yes.
talked to immediately.
Mm.
Besides, it shouldn't matter. We should all be able to have this information available to us.
Right. When I chose the trigger word of wrong target, Kristen ended up coming out. And
Wrong target.
you remember the vision?
Specify. There's tons of visions that I read.
My vision specifically.
Wrong target. Okay,
It was
continue.
specifically.
Yes.
Okay, never mind. He remembers.
Yeah. Well, before that started, a woman with raven hair had reached out to me. And I believed at that point, with everything we learned, it was Kristen.
Hmm.
So I thought, hey, you know what? Shot in the dark, why not try the word? And you know what? It was the one that brought her out.
Actually, that makes sense. Think about it. I use the frame, my heart is where my home is. Or home is where my heart is. With the wind, and it started talking to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking some type of word might have just got her going, but hey, I lucked out, and that's how the questions really started. What questions were asked before you got there? You were pretty close to when we actually got Kristen to turn over, so.
Okay.
I think everybody's really trying to ask questions about
Like, oh yeah, she's absolutely been
Trying to
trying
think
to
of how to
transfer
word it.
herself.
about what we actually saw in the visions, which was kind of, I don't know why we were asking that, because it was getting the same answer. It's all stuff we already really
Stunlock.
knew.
Yeah, so basically I started asking the newer stuff. That wasn't visions related.
Yeah, I really honestly, Virtues, me, and you and a little bit of Winter were the only people who really asked questions. Which I was surprised that Biol and David didn't really participate.
That's a
It
surprise
actually
that
kinda-
David didn't participate, but Buell's more...
You don't always have to ask the questions. If there's already someone that's asking a couple questions, it's okay to just listen.
But see, now I have a problem with that.
Oh.
Because he's being the center point of this and getting all of the pressure. Just like he was worried about me being the shining example of a bunch of things, I'm worried about him taking on too much stress himself.
I get that, but it's the type of thing of, at least with Beal, he's like me, more of a listener when it comes to those type of topics, unless it's personal.
I mean, it's not that I don't think you could do it, because I definitely know you had the altitude.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just worried is all, you know?
No, seriously. Thank you. Spot on.
Well, I mean, you was worried about me. You was talking to me a little bit too, so.
I'm watching out for him.
Yes, but Sally, you weren't there, so...
In the long term, you know what I mean.
I know.
Yeah, but it's not even just that. I just want to convey how I'm feeling about it. Because he was looking out for me when, you know, I was getting stressed out. I'm still stressed out. A lot less stressed out now. But there's still big weights of the world kind of on our shoulders. On everybody's shoulders.
I get that.
But now we have a location of one of their spots because of this. And again,
Yeah.
thank you, Son. Seriously.
Pardon me a moment. I need to
Sorry,
speak to Sayori Sensei.
Why are you small?
Marco.
Right, Malco. Why did Menace say Irenaeus? Run.
I just followed my orders. I don't know. He just kind of. I have no idea where
Let
they
me
are, if
get
I'm being
this
honest.
straight. You got bag lost. Bag lost.
I found them.
Is that fruits and vegetables?
There they go.
that size, I would not be surprised if they even fall prey to the rats that's been running around in school.
I think
Unless they change back their size, they'll most likely be dead within a couple days.
That's a very good convincing line you just dropped there. Hey, Nako is not here.
No, they ran that way.
Nako ran
If you'd like to
inside the
catch
school
up.
a long time ago.
You missed them by about 2 minutes. It should take you 10 to cover the, 5 miles of distance for your size to the entrance of the school?
Oh. I'm not gonna let this be the way I die. I'm not going to. That's the last thing I want right now, is to be eaten by a rat.
You will not be eaten by a rat.
What?
I said you will not be eaten by a rat.
Distraction for me to actually work through several thoughts. I'm just going to follow this and see what happens.
You still have your magic at a small size. You could take care of a rat.
I do?
I would think so.
Why'd you stop? They're getting away.
What? Oh, fuck!
Every second you're not running, Nako is getting further away.
I do not know what they were doing. Sensei.
If you don't act,
May I speak with you for a moment about a concern?
Sure.
I was concerned about some behavior I saw earlier. Exiliel had been attacking Omu, thinking that he was a intruder, despite being in his uniform with his pin.
Yes, I did overhear that. I'm going to have Virtues actually talk to them about that one.
That is good. I appreciate their ideas and their emotions, but sometimes those emotions get far too big, far too fast.
Plus, they should already know that anybody who's... We don't have intruders on the campus.
Aside from rats and spirits.
That's just local wildlife, and spirits are a different story. Has that for personnel, though.
They also did not accept my reasoning that I knew him.
I've been having multiple worries about that one, to be truthful.
I understand how they feel to an extent. It simply needs more control.
Agreed.
As long as it is being taken care of, that is what is important.
It will be. I'm sorry that you have to be concern yourself over it.
It is the purpose of us to watch over each other, is it not?
It is.
Even when it is one against the other.
Even though, speaking as a commander, it's my job to watch over all of you.
And you are you not?
I try my best.
It is as it should be.
I do need to keep that more in mind as of late. Been letting a little bit more personal issues affect my mind lately.
Tensions have been very high all around. I'm uncertain.
I could go ask about that one if you would like to accompany.
But I'm not gonna do that.
Can I ask why you threw that bag?
Because it deserved it.
You'll have to find it later and pick it up and clean it.
Why are you small?
It says, don't worry, that bag won't be an issue for very long.
Why?
Working as a disguise.
It says I'm going to handle that bag.
Changed size?
My cushion
Oh, I
still
know, but,
stands
like,
up on the
you were
why.
also the light one earlier. I don't know if you remember.
It says that bag deserves everything that's going to
The
happen to
light
it.
one, when someone touches you with light.
You're avoiding the answer.
I touched him with nature magic, though.
Oh, okay,
It
so
says when I get my
nature magic
hands on
triggers
that
it
bag
too.
again, you'll see
It's
what
okay,
I mean.
it wasn't the red one.
What's in the bag?
Can we not?
It says I'm not too sure, it just felt kind of heavy.
Are you okay?
Just please be cautious, Cube.
We've
You may
learned
give
a lot today.
the wrong impression to many of the Mylings around, and the poltergeists. They may start throwing them at people.
I'm using
I already
your
had to tell one not to throw the bags.
Oh, okay.
It says it's okay if any of them throw bags, I'll just throw a bag at them.
That will not work. They are spirits.
This is magical bag question mark.
No.
It says, can I put a rune on the bag to hit spirits?
No.
Wait, are physical objects
Why
not
not?
supposed to hit the spirits?
Actually.
It generally does not work.
This is not.
Either way, it can also...
The pipes hit a spirit.
Pipes.
I think you're
The pipes
missing
that
touching
the infinite pipe that's been smacking me on the head.
Huh?
They were colliding with the spirits.
I don't think it is.
That is worrisome.
Additionally,
Yambi and Mana here must be
come
very
in.
small.
I just heard
Or
a
very
mention
strong.
about you carrying light. You missed carrying light. Has that ever actually been tested?
Either way, it's best not to irritate the spirits and bring out more of their intense
several
emotions.
times.
It is easy for them to become violent because of it.
It can carry almost everything.
Does it change just your mist, or does it change your skin color like some of the others?
The elements change my skin. The magic, that's what it does, really. I don't know why it does, but it does. For example, if Cube were to use fire on me, I would know. If Cube were to use fire on me, I would change. At least the mist that I send out would also be enchanted with fire.
Alright.
I see.
bowl.
The only thing that
Fuck,
I cannot
Exoso really
carry
crashed
are
again.
things that cannot be dispersed. Hence,
I'll go put the bowl away now.
and sometimes nature. Metal is also one of them, but that's also a mixture of clay and something else.
Hello.
Greetings.
Oh, fuck. No.
What?
Sorry. It's telling me to kill an imaginary rat.
Hopefully there are no more. It is best that people do not get rabies.
That I cannot see.
Just, I think I've had enough for today. I'm gonna go relax.
That is a good idea.
Very well.
Good. Apologies if whatever actions unfurled because of that were unnecessary.
Today, I do not want to know what that means. It could mean many things.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it was fine.
Or the rats concentrated. I might pass some time by killing them.
Last time I saw them, it was in Grand Hall.
I see.
And from what I overheard, some talks, it seems that they even have reached the kitchen.
Well, the kitchen would be the most likely, I believe.
Really seems that you're almost done for it, Mr. Inarius.
I wasn't listening. Can you repeat what you said?
It almost looked like you were done for it.
Done for it how? Do you mean as if I've died?
No. That you almost had enough or something of that nature.
Less so. Trying to gather my thoughts and figure out what we should be doing next. Several theories were validated today.
We've heard a lot of different ideas in regards to our next actions. Some are trying to send a couple of students into Pandora for classified information.
Which will be incredibly dangerous, considering where in Pandora they want to go.
I don't see why it's necessary towards the Israel.
Where did Exaliel go?
Anything.
It's a separate...
Kitchen.
It's separate from Israel. There may be some small interconnections, but overall it is a separate path.
Exhaliel. Exhaliel.
Hello, Kokkuri. Yes,
Greetings. May I speak with you for a moment?
of course.
I was curious. Do you not consider me an ally?
What would make you think that?
You did not trust me earlier. I was curious why.
Well, I asked for his name. And if I didn't hear it the first time, then I apologize.
But I did not treat him as an intruder. I did not protect you against him.
Well, yes, I don't expect other people to want to protect them, throw themselves in front of someone they don't know. Very well, at least. And we ourselves haven't talked very much, one-on-one.
No, but we are both of allies in this academy, and I am part of Centurion. It is my job to defend.
That's correct.
Despite saying that I knew him, even if I did not give the name directly, you still did not trust that.
Well, yes. I simply asked for a name. As long as I didn't have a name, I wouldn't be able to keep going.
But it was because you thought he was an intruder, yes?
Yes.
You must know someone's name to not know that they are an intruder.
Well, yes, that means that I can ask a professor about them and see if their name is in the academy records.
Even though you
It's
were
also
told
very
that-
easy to have charmed someone.
I can at least say that my kind are very difficult to charm.
I like to be extra cautious.
That is understandable. Though in this case, it can lead to problems.
Of course. It would have been a simple matter if he gave me his name.
Was that simply how it started? Did you accuse him?
Yes. Well, I asked him his name and he refused to give it to me. That is all. Someone who refuses to give me their name is immediately suspicious.
There are those that, at least along my travels, I have seen that if one knows something too intimate when they have just met, it can be considered rude or a concern. There are signs, at least in this instance, that one is not an enemy.
He was investigating the library, as I was before you came up to me. Someone investigating the library must have reason to do so.
As you did.
And given that his name... He was not giving me his name. So if someone's investigating the library and refuses to identify themselves, I think that's enough cause.
I see.
The specific way I was told is that he told me that I would learn it from someone else, which ended up to be true. But he could have at least given me a nickname or a fake name that he could have used. Simply refusing to name himself is quite suspicious.
But you have said yourself that he could have given you something fake, and it would not have mattered. If he was an intruder,
Right.
you would have simply allowed him because he gave a name, no matter what it was.
Right. That's correct. At least that name would have been verifiable. If the name was fake, then I could have checked with somebody.
You had a description. You did not have to attack him immediately.
I didn't attack him immediately. There were many repeated attempts. It was on my 10th attempt that I pulled my blade and told him to identify himself one more time, and he again resisted.
I see.
He also did not respond to initial physical force.
Many do not. I was simply wishing
I
to
failed to see
understand.
why it is an issue.
It
Of course.
can be an
But
issue.
I failed to see why it is an issue. At least for him to give me his name. It does not seem like it's anything of a curse. And if he wasn't able to say his name for whatever reason, he could have said that as well. But he refused to.
I suppose he did not know you would have accepted anything. Or there are those that
That's
have
correct.
the pride, as I believe you do as well.
Of course.
I just wish to make certain that there will not be cause for concern and fighting among each other.
Oh, of course not. Now that I know his name and I know that I can verify his identity as a student at this academy, I have no need to trouble him any further. Nor you, for that matter.
That is good to know. I appreciate your insight on things.
Of course.
You speak your emotions.
Well, you are here. Oh, thank you. I know being honest is usually the best.
Yes,
Helps keep people from misunderstanding.
it does. But considering that you misunderstood to the point of violence, it can also be trouble. Emotions are good to an extent, but it is up to a point to control them properly. Otherwise, you lose yourself to them. It is something I've dealt
Violence
with
is simply
my
one
life.
of my options.
The spirits that have come here
It
have
is an
lost
option
themselves to those.
That appears to be the case.
Just please be careful of that.
Right, of course. Now, if I don't run into anyone else who refuses to identify themselves. Or I hope, better yet, I hope there aren't any intruders in this academy at all.
As I have been told, those that have physical forms, at least people, cannot make it through the barrier.
I hope that's the case. And I've had difficult time trusting Professor Virtues in many aspects. It's always good to be extra prepared.
Indeed. Though the elders once told me something that tends to go into the idea of those that have, that wear their emotions strongly. It is good to have an open mind, but do not allow it to be so open and so distrusting that your mind falls out.
Perhaps.
There are those who use illusions. It is understandable. But it should not make one paranoid of everyone. There is context.
I see. In any case, thank you for your assistance. I would have much rather not have gone into a full fight with that man.
Agreed. It is rare to find my kind outside. I have met few outside of my order.
I see. Are they not common where you live?
I do not have a set home. We are nomadic.
Is it not common among your people then? Or rather where you're from? Or your family?
I have only known the order. We go where the spirits are, and that is almost everywhere. At least, almost everywhere is where we are able to go.
Interesting. Seems that you have quite the complicated family history.
We are a community. I suppose that is a family to an extent. It is just different from ones who have a set home.
I see. Is there anything else you wish to speak about?
No, I simply wish to understand. And be honest.
Do you feel like you've been given a sufficient answer then?
Hmm. I believe I understand better. That is the goal.
Excellent. Excellent. Now, given that you're here, it's all right if I ask you for assistance.
Certainly.
Omu was investigating something earlier, which is the main reason I came up to talk to him, but the thing he pointed out is that there are crystals hidden in this room.
Ah, he told me as well. I believe it was explained to me by Nikos. It is something that
Nikos
Professor
explained to
Fontaine
you.
put in. Or at least he knows about it.
Interesting.
Hmm.
He does know about it, then. That's good.
Hmm.
There's one by the plant on the staircase over there. There's another underneath that table.
Hmm.
They only appear to be dark mana, unless I'm missing the others.
Hmm. I had only seen the one in the plant.
The other one on the table's right there.
Ah, I had seen that earlier. I simply assumed it was something to, I suppose, keep better durability with the table.
If that were the case, it would be on the other tables then, but it appears to only be on that one.
I suppose. Though if one only uses one table for especially heavy things, then you only need to use that. Efficient.
Perhaps. I'm looking for the others. I would like to know their locations, just in case anything happens to them.
Hmm.
Having crystals be left unattended is not usually the best of anyone's interests.
I believe you could simply ask Professor Fontaine.
You could. I wonder what they're for, though.
Hmm.
Perhaps it has something to do with Songbird's appearance? Are these new?
I do not believe so. Nikos seemed to imply that they had been around for a while.
If they have, then it should be no issue. But why are they here? Is that just part of the decoration? There would another one be. There's one up there and there's one
Given that they are on opposite sides. Perhaps surrounding in a sense. A way to help with those that are learning different types of magic. Possibly.
If that were the case, there should be a few of different elements, but they're both purple.
Hmm. Hmm.
Also, there are only two. Are there any
I do not know the attunements of everyone.
No, this one. Makes sense that there'd be one in here, though.
Indeed.
There's a third. Yet again, it's a dark mana crystal. If I'm assuming correctly.
Perhaps they were placed by Professor Virtues.
Possibly.
It could enhance the enchantments on the barriers, especially surrounding places like the artifact room.
It's true. I didn't spot any in there, though.
Greetings, Professor.
Hello, Professor.
Hello. Is everything okay with both of you? Looking for anything?
We were curious about something. Perhaps you know the answer.
Perhaps I do. What can I do to help?
There have been crystals placed around this room. Vine plants. In the chest over there. Underneath the table. Do you know what they are for?
Professor Fontaine.
Greetings.
That might just be your answer right there, actually.
Hello, sir. What do you happen to know the answer?
Crystals under a table, but in the library.
There's a dark crystal over there, one under a table, and one over there by that plant.
Yes, that's
No
just
reason.
Virtue's leaving his stuff around.
An
It's
oddly
just stuff that
frequent
he-
habit of his, I've learned. We've had to clean up
I
after him
told
quite a bit from what I
when
hear.
we were, keep in mind when we were renovating and
updating everything for well, the school for this semester. We had to move a bunch of things around, and one of them being, of course, we had to move some stuff from what was the old training area into here for at least some safekeeping, and also stuff from what was the old library into the new one. And well, because of that,
Oh,
now
I see.
it was a lot of just, oh, don't worry, just leave your stuff here. And one thing turned into another, and then it's just like, oh, it just kind of thrown about the place. And I keep telling him at this point just to, at some point just move it all out. But he's like, no, it'll be fine.
Well, I
And
suppose in short, you have your answer. It's litter, by an extent.
The answer is hoarding and laziness.
Hoarding
Yes,
and
sir.
laziness is a very good answer to that quandary.
virtues,
So
though,
unfortunate.
though I've taken it and utilized it to my own benefit, so technically I do have runes etched into it to at least keep the library safe. Mostly because they're so conveniently strewn about enough, at least in good enough spaces for it to cover at least the library.
Huh.
So at
So it
least
is
the
accidentally
library
as
is at least
expected.
kept intact.
Right. Interesting.
Trust me, if there's anything I've learned is to take something that can be at least a downside, make it into your upside. So, luckily enough, they still are just, virtues as crystals that he has from just all the old, training stuff from last semester. But luckily enough, I've gone ahead and said if he's not going to move them out of here, then I'm just going to do some of my rune work. And now, luckily enough, they just act as extra protection for the library.
That is good to know.
Good use of them, I'd say.
Then also some of them do help with sorting some of the books around, which is why you will see some of them at least about here. That's mostly just the magic from those crystals as well.
I see.
Very much makes things so much easier.
It is good to know. Thank you, professors.
Of course. I actually may need one moment. I think I forgot something in my office.
Fair enough. So strange not hearing him in his usual tone of voice, but then again, he is getting used to his new appearance. It would appear that Flux has taken that one. Don't worry,
Indeed.
they'll possibly come back. But regardless, yes, Alphonse is, lack of a better term, it is good to see that at least he's still in one piece. Albeit different in appearance, but still in one piece. That's the important part.
Indeed. My only concern is the corruption from curses, especially on one's mana. It's been the reasoning for many spirits.
Speaking of crystals, I forgot one of my own. Beg pardon, I don't mean to get in the way of the conversation.
Oh, no worries. But regardless, I can't say I trust Alphonse because, well, he is a man of, knowledge. So,
Indeed.
he's very much someone who is on the belief of, there's no better way to learn to find an answer to a question than just by doing some testing. Though, I will admit sometimes I worry that he tests on himself a bit too much. But
Indeed. Knowledge
either
is
way,
important, but if
he
you lose
knows
it at
his
the end,
limits.
it does not mean anything.
Exactly. Precisely. But luckily enough, Alphonse does know his limits, so I can at least, trust him to not do something so reckless that would end up costing him his life. But he is, well, for lack of a better term, he's a bit crazy. But at least in a more managed sense, I guess. He
Though it does not matter whether
likes to learn things.
one loses their life early. If their mana becomes too corrupt at the end, it is more likely to go through
precisely.
spiritification.
Exactly. So I always warn students, I will admit some students have shown interest in pursuing things the way that even, for example, Alphonse does it, but I always have to warn them, don't do so like just all willy-nilly.
I was concerned
Remember,
about
it's
Xander
always...
as well.
Oh, Xander actually just finished the first part of his training actually today. That's why Chambers came by earlier. He left at least his report over on my desk.
That is good. I had heard that he has some curses, however. It is concerning.
Well, so far, in terms of his curses, it should be gone, then. I'm not too sure if there's any lingering effects. I'd have to check with Miss Mika, but it was all in that prosthetic eye that he had. So, since he doesn't have that anymore, then effectively, it's at least, well, it's just a cursed eye that's been removed, but I'm not too sure if it has any lingering effects on him. So far, though, from what myself and even Chambers has seen from his training, it hasn't changed much. So, well, in terms of like, and nothing has shown to be any sort of detrimental changes. Of course, he can't use the eye anymore because obviously he doesn't have it. But
that is perhaps for the best.
At least so far it's so far shown that at least it's not been a problem. His body's not going through, oh my goodness, what's the term? Withdrawal, that's what it was. Or something of the like. He's not suffering any symptoms such as that. The only issue was just early on in his training, it was certainly difficult having to, well, learn to fight with, well, less depth perceptions, and obviously he's now down an eye. But he's managed to pick up fairly quickly, which is good.
That is good to hear. I did not realize he had it removed during his training. I'm glad for that.
Well, more so removed, and then it was transplanted with a donor one. It was a very, very tough surgery because, I mean, Miss Mika, as trained as she is, it's definitely, well, one of the first few times that she's done something so precise. Luckily enough, it was a success, though obviously it just took a bit before his body got used to the new eye.
That is understandable.
Of course, having to at least deal with not having it be cursed now, which is good.
It will give his mana time to purify itself. That is good.
Precisely. Currently, he has got about a 1 week break, as right now Chambers sat down with him, let him know he's completed the first part of his training, and moving from there, he's going to basically get custom armor made as per request of Chambers, and then he'll start his endurance training. And after endurance training is done, he'll move on to the sword fighting training, and then after that, he should be good to go in terms of coming back. And Chambers did tell him he doesn't get to keep the armor, but I'm gonna let him keep it anyway.
Giving of you.
Trust me, he's worked hard enough as it is. Chambers is stubborn and very old-fashioned, but I believe that anyone who works hard for trying to achieve a goal deserves to have the reward, and not have it, of course, taken away just because it wasn't theirs initially. Even if Chambers decides, oh, I'm getting this armor custom made for you, even though he's paying for it, it's still Xander's reward, and he deserves to keep it.
That is kind.
Whatever he does with his armor afterwards, well, it's up to him. Well, whether he just, I don't know, finds an armor stand and leaves it there just as, I guess, a keepsake, or if he wears it into combat, who knows? That's up to him to decide. But so far, he has been showing great strides and very much large levels of improvement, which I'm very glad to see.
Indeed.
Alright, let me go check on Alphonse just to make sure that he is not obviously in need of any assistance. Mainly just since his body's still getting used to it, but
Of course. Thank you for
if
the
you do
information.
require me, of course. Of course, Miss Kokkuri. Always glad to help out my centurions.
I'm
no
told to
matter
call
what.
your name 3 times in various areas, and it seems to work. Multiple people said so.
Yes, that usually works. Mostly because when it comes to my runes that I have all over the school for my sending runes, it technically does work when it comes to any verbal messages as well, so sometimes it'll just pick up my name and then it'll just send the message to me. I'm like, oh, well, someone needs me.
Actually,
So,
if I may ask one more question.
oh, of course.
Similar with your runes, do others put runes around the campus for such purposes, or others?
The only person I know who I've allowed to have runes around the campus was Mr. Beale, only because he is someone who likes to mostly just dabble with some learning here and there. So, I know he has one in the classroom, so that way, whenever there's a lesson going on, he can just, if he's unable to attend, at least he can, watch. He has one over at the arena for spectating, just in case. There's one in the library because he helps me out with just watching the books. And one in his dorm, because, well, it's his dorm. And one in the student council room. But the only exception to the rule is that if he uses it for any malicious intent, then I have full jurisdiction to remove them. And luckily enough, he can't actually hear anything when it comes to the runes. It's only just, he can, at most, for example, if he were to want to see if anyone's in the student council room, he just uses the rune and it's like, oh, let's say, I don't know, Gio and Hezekiah are having a meeting in the room. That's about it. It's just, well, he sees them there. But in terms of hearing anything, it's nothing. It's just all silence.
I see. I heard that there may be such runes around the forest. Many tend to go there for more private conversations. It was somewhat concerning. Even without being able to hear, after enough time, some people can recognize movements.
Yes. But as for the ones in the forest, no. The only other one, if he requested that I would probably allow it, is over in the garden, but that's if he wants to check on the plants, not in the shack, though. Because I know some people prefer that for privacy.
Indeed. It is good to know, at least.
Bill is someone who is, well, I understand he has good intentions, but I feel like sometimes I have to, keep a very close eye on him. Mostly because I understand it's one thing to want to be very much like a protective individual, but sometimes it can go too far.
Indeed.
I mean, my goodness.
There are
for
those already
example,
concerned
I
about such
trust
things.
Precisely. Well, if you know of anyone with concerns about that, you of course can let them know they can always come to me, or even virtues. We're at least fairly okay with, concerns being brought to us. We'd rather the students actually feel, safe and comfortable instead of having to worry.
That is appreciated. In that case, if anyone does see
Enjoy.
any runes out in the forest, they should know that they are not supposed to be there, yes?
Yes, if there's any runes in the forest, there shouldn't be any there.
That is good to know.
The only runes in the forest that I know of are just the ones that I have laying around just for my sending runes, which it's just for me to send myself there. And the only other one is further
down in the ground, we have etched protection runes that we keep just buried underneath the actual soil, so that way, well, one, to keep the school grounds safe, but also just in case of emergencies.
That is good to know. Thank you very much, Professor.
But, of course, Miss Kokkuri. I'm glad to help. Alright, let me make sure that Alphonse isn't just possibly falling down or something.
Of course.
Warning, warning, you're all about to be teleported.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm gonna fly into it. Whee! Damn, I missed Onsen Club. Fuck.
Glossy as fuck.
Yeah, he's glossy as shit. He was in fucking hot.
I wanted to say, smite me down, Zeus.
Alright, hell yeah, that was fun. Thank you all for joining me. I'm gonna get off because I'm gonna have a little bit of a party. I'm gonna have some cheesecake and rum punch and just have a good time. That's a pretty good session. We got some stuff done. I'm glad to sit down. I think I've been standing this entire time. Fuck. Oh, I've been standing this whole time. Fuck. Ah, shit.
I love just, I'm in the kitchen, next thing you know, I just come in. You need to dispel it, they're distracted by their own light.
Fucking menace kicked you. I just saw a giant leg kicking you and I looked up, I'm like, oh fuck.
We spelt your own demise.
Yeah, that's... It's still pretty damn cool. They're like, fuck, shit, nobody noticed. I literally just done that.
God damn it.
I don't know, I think I can just spell it.
Did you see how big it is when you're tiny?
I kind of feel like it's wrapping around a little bit, but like they probably could have gone like up and under to...
And go tiny.
Yeah, at least I thought they'd get burned. Like she's not fire. That was awesome.
I genuinely had no idea.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I'll probably be back around tomorrow night, or technically tonight. One more birthday stream because there's the Wicarium auction, so Kisei will probably go all fancy. See if there's anything good she wants to buy. But yeah, until then, I mean, I'm just gonna hop off because I need to do stuff real quick, but thank you so much. Until then, you all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourself, take care of each other. Good night! I love y'all!
We went up in the arena. I'm like,
how's it going?
I have to.
Sexual polyhedral dice.